The new administration, very smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because I got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican, by far, actually, by a lot. And, you know, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work. But even to this day, they're playing with the courts. They have their friendly judges that like to try and make everybody happy on the Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many. I defeated deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague, and we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones, and the press made such a big deal out of them, but we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything, and the people saw that. You know, when they vote when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. That tells you we won. That tells, and they've been watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, I mean, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president-elect of the United States of America? I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. We had everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel. You took a look at that attack on October 7th, the attack on Israel, with the horrible way they got out. Not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them, but we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools with 13 dead and many, many badly, horrifically injured. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Nobody ever talks about them. The way they got out was outrageous, leaving billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans and specifically the Taliban. It's the group. And we were doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so badly handled, that withdrawal where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air. And nobody's ever seen anything like that, the worst. And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now. And that's going to all end. And we have a great military. I defeated ISIS, as you know. We were in no wars. I just finished a couple. And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers. They would have been gobbled up with 2 armies. We had one army, 300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000, getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. I got criticized. I saved 5,000 lives, actually. And we did a great job, and we're going to do an even better job because now we have a tremendous amount of experience. We have people that I can rely on. But the 625 million acres, people can't realize. It's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like the whole ocean. And that's our strength, you know. People can say we manufacture, we don't manufacture. The thing we have oil and gas more than anybody in the world. And we're going to have more of it, too. But they took away 625 million acres of offshore drilling. Nobody else does that. And they think they have it, but we'll put it back. I'm going to put it back on day one. I'm going to have it revoked on day one. We'll go immediately if we need to. I don't think we should have to go to the courts, but if we do have to go to the courts, you know, they try to be sneaky. They go in and they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you, because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now, because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith had cases all over the place. People were being subpoenaed, lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them out. We had to. They were subpoenaing people that had no idea what they were even talking about. That's a sick group of people. And it was all to influence the election. It was all a fight against a political opponent. We've never had that in this country. We have had that in certain countries. We've had that in third-tier countries. We've had that in banana republics, but we've never had that in a place like the United States. I don't even know if it's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever. They brought this moron out of The Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect, because you look at his picture, you say, that's a bad guy with his robe, his purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people, because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job. But we won all of those cases with him. And, I mean, I don't know the judge in Florida, but we had a brilliant judge in Florida that saw right through it. And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge with great courage. You know, the left, as we call them, the radical left, they have a way, they play the ref, and they play it very hard. They play the ref. They go and say horrible things about judges and prosecutors. And some judges and prosecutors say, look, the only way I'm going to get these people off my back is to give victory to them. They're playing the ref. I think it's illegal what they do. It's almost like talking. It's worse than talking to a judge. But the judge in Florida, Judge Cannon, was brilliant and tough, and she didn't stand for it. And I don't know her. And never met her until the case, and I don't believe I said even one word to her. But she was very, very strong and very, very brilliant. And her opinion was so brilliant that they dropped their appeal. They couldn't beat the appeal. So that's what we're up against. So they say we're going to have a smooth transition. All they do is talk. It's all talk. Everything they do is talk. We're going to have a smooth transition. And then they take 625 million acres and they essentially landmark it so you can't ever drill there again. Well, we're going to be drilling soon. We're going to be opening up Anwar. We're going to be doing all sorts of things that nobody ever thought was even possible. But remember and just to get off the subject, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it yesterday. I couldn't believe the size of it. I mean, you put down a map and put this up. It's just massive. And remember that that's worth probably, I mean, I've had estimates, $40 to $50 trillion. That's more than our national debt. Essentially, he's thrown it away. He's thrown it away. He's taken $50 trillion. So if we owe $35 trillion, he's taken $50 trillion of value and thrown it right out the window. We can't do that. Nobody can do that. One other thing he did yesterday, which was in many ways worse. It's hard to believe it can be worse. He wants all gas heaters out of your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you're scratching? And that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where you don't have the problems of the electric. And the source is plentiful. They're much cheaper to operate. They're much better. They work much better. They look much better. 60% of homes and apartments have gas heaters. He wants them all removed quickly. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with them. They also want to go back, and they have already started that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve. Even in areas that have so much water, you don't know what to do. It's called rain. Comes down from heaven, and they want to do no water comes out of the shower. It goes drip, drip, drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long. You know, no water comes out of the faucet. You want to wash your hands. They want to go back to even stronger than what they have right now. As you know, I ended that policy. You can have all the water you want. Makes no difference. It comes weird, especially in certain areas. We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. But these are all things. They want very, very little water to go into your dishwasher, almost none. And you know what people do? They just keep pressing, keep it going. They end up using more water. Likewise, washing machines. They want in your washing machine to have very little water coming out of the washing machine. So when you wash your clothing, you have to wash it 4 times instead of once. You end up using more water. We're a party of common sense, and things that I'm telling you now is really all about common sense. On January 20th, we'll turn the economy around very quickly, because right now when I think of our economy, I think about inflation. That's what we have. We have inflation, I believe, at a level that we never had before. There's never been anything like it. And over the next 4 years, the United States is going to take off like a rocket ship. But really, it's already doing it. If you take a look, just last month, SoftBank announced the $200 billion. I think it'll be 200. He said between 100, and I said, how about making it 200? And he sort of said yes, but let's say it's 100, but it might be 200, right, Brian? Dollars, United States, creating more than 100,000 jobs. Hussein just announced a tremendous investment that he's going to make, and that's money that's in the bank. He's going to come and do it, and he'll do a great job, and he'll build the best centers in the country, I guarantee, because I know the way he builds. Since my election, the stock market has set records. The S&P 500 index has broken above 6,000 points for the first time ever, never even close. In a single month, small business optimism soared 41 points. It's not a 41. It went up 41 points, and that's the largest in the 39-year history of the group that does it. According to Gallup, the American people's confidence in the economy has just surged to the highest level in history. That's why I have a news conference like that. I take the greatest business leaders in the world. I say, hey, do you want to say you're going to invest the money? They're not looking for news conferences. They're saying, what am I doing here? They go in and they invest money, but it's good to know where the smartest business people in the world are investing, and they're investing in the United States. So we've done this all in 2 months of not being there. You know, we haven't been there. And it's pretty amazing, and we think we're going to do some really great things, really great things. We're being respected again all over the world. The Panama Canal is a disgrace, what took place at the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave it to them for $1, and they were supposed to treat us well. I thought it was a terrible thing to do. You know, it's the most expensive structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively. It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries. They charge more for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries. They laugh at us because they think we're stupid, but we're not stupid anymore. So the Panama Canal is under discussion with them right now. They violated every aspect of the agreement, and they morally violated it also. And they want our help because it's leaking and not in good repair. And they want us to give $3 billion to help fix it. I said, well, why don't you get the money from China? Because China's basically taken it over. China's at both ends of the Panama Canal. China's running the Panama Canal. And they come to see this Biden, this guy who should never have been allowed even to run for president. Of course, she shouldn't have either, because that never happened. I had to beat 2 people, not 1. But they want $3 billion to fix the Panama Canal that's run by China and makes a lot of money, China. One of the most profitable structures ever built, because you have ships lined up back to Florida, frankly, and they just keep going through, and the numbers are staggering, $500,000 to $1 million a ship. And they took it away from us, meaning we gave it to them for $1. But not going to happen. What they've done to us, they've charged us, they've overcharged our ships, overcharged our Navy. And then when they need repair money, they come to the United States to put it up. We get nothing. Those days are over. Working with the Republican majorities in Congress, will cut taxes, slash regulations, raise wages, and boost incomes at a pace the world has not seen before, and certainly not from our country. We had a big chunk of it for the first 3 years prior to COVID coming in my administration. We had the greatest economy in history. We cut the most regulations in the history of our country, and I did that all in 4 years, by 4 times more than any other president cut. We did that in 4 years, and we were just getting started. We'll impose new tariffs so that the products on our stores will once again be stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things. They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one, Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister, you'll win it'll take 2 seconds. But he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know, let's make it governor. I like it better. But no, something's going to have to be done. Same thing with Mexico. We have a massive deficit with Mexico, and we help Mexico a lot. They're essentially run by the cartels, and can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. And we're going to be announcing at a future date pretty soon. We're going to change, because we do most of the work there, and it's ours. We're going to be changing, sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate. And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too. And the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers. Record numbers. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Substantial tariffs. And we want to get along with everybody, but, you know, they have to, it takes 2 to tango. We're approaching the dawn of America's golden age. It's going to be a golden age for America. We have things that nobody else has. We have more natural resources. We have, number one, nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number one. We're number 3. I made us number 1 in a very short period of time in drilling. And, you know, you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them, because in a period of time, they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government. And it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many, many times more expensive than clean natural gas. So we're going to try and have a policy where no windmills are being built. You know, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them, and they're very expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy. But when you build these massive towers. And they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have one 70 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster it's amazing the way a true environmentalist would say, oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. You know, after 10 years, you have to redo them. And what happens is they don't do that. They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have long-term windmills standing. They're a disaster. They're rusting, rotting, closed, falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs. And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down. And you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say. So we are at the beginning of a great, beautiful golden age of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out appropriately, to all of the other elements of what we do and what we're going to do, to take $50 to $60 trillion off our country's balance sheet because some man that has no idea what he's doing, has no idea. You know it, I know it, the Democrats know it. What they did is a crime by allowing that to happen. And I'll bet you, if you asked him today, how much acreage did you submit? Essentially, did you destroy? You destroyed the economic viability of drilling in the ocean. And with AI coming along and all, you know, a lot of people don't realize that AI is going to be a big thing, but you'll need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So right now we produce electricity for many, many different things. AI is a very big deal in terms of the future. China is already building electric facilities, big, bold electric facilities. And you know how they're being fired up? With coal. They're being fired up with coal. And we're going to build bigger and better ones. People like Hussein that are doing the same thing as he is. I'll bet they don't do it as well because I know how he does it, but they're doing a lot of things. The problem is they can't get their permits because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because if you go into grid, the grids are old. So they said, that's a great idea. In other words, build your electric facility alongside of your plant. And you could have extra output if you want, because once you build it, you can make it larger pretty inexpensively. You could have extra output, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant, and people are loving that idea. So we're going to have a lot of fun making America great again, and it's going to happen, I think, very, very quickly. It's already happened. So I would say this, and this has been pretty openly reported by the news. There's never been anything like what's happened in the last, since we won the election, couple of months since we won the election, the whole perception of the whole world is different. People from other countries have called me. They said, thank you. Thank you. The perception of the whole world is different. We're going to have to settle some big problems that are going on right now. We're going to have to settle up with Russia, Ukraine. That's a disaster. I look at numbers every week, the number of people being killed in that war. People don't know, mostly soldiers now. But the towns have been obliterated. This was a Biden fiasco that that should have never happened. If we had a real president, if we had a president that knew what he was doing, Russia would have never, ever gone in. But they did go in, and we have a mess. The cities are all blown up. The people have largely left. And the soldiers are killing each other at levels that haven't been seen since the Second World War. So we'll have to get that one straightened out, too. That's a tough one. Much tougher than it would have been before it started, I can tell you that. A deal could have been made just by an average deal maker. Deal could have been made on that. So thank you all for coming. We'll take a couple of questions. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
President, thank you. Wanted to touch on the world on fire that you mentioned, but let's start, if we could, with your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah. I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama Canal now because, you know, it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part of the Carter legacy. But he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person, but that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a very big mistake. We lost 38,000 people. It cost us the equivalent of $1 trillion, maybe more than that. Probably the most expensive, they say it was the most expensive structure, if we call it a structure, which I guess you can, ever built. And giving that away was a horrible thing. And I believe that's why Jimmy Carter lost the election, even more so than the hostages. Those two things.
If I could just follow up on Ukraine and Iran, the two negotiations you'll be heading into. On Ukraine, you said just before it's a lot more complicated now.
Much more complicated.
Do you believe...
Because it would have never started.
Right, but it has started. You've
well,
got
not only started, the cities are largely knocked down.
So
they're
you've got
like,
what you've got. At this point, would you, to hold on to leverage in dealing with President Putin, would you make a commitment to the Ukrainians that you will keep supporting them during the negotiations?
well, I wouldn't tell you
And
if
would
that were the
would
case.
you make a commitment to provide a security guarantee if they do enter into an armistice or a ceasefire along the lines that the French and the Germans?
So, you know, a big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that. That's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that. But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation. And when I heard the way that Biden was negotiating, I said, you're going to end up in a war. And it turned out to be a very bad war. And it could escalate. That war could escalate to be much worse than it is right now.
They can never join NATO.
Well, my view is that it was always understood. In fact, I believe that they had a deal, and then Biden broke it. They had a deal, which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else, but that Biden said, no, you have to be able to join NATO. And that's always been, and nobody knows more about NATO than I. You know, years ago, when I first started this, I didn't know too much about NATO, but I got it right anyway. I said, they're taking advantage. I'm the one that got, and the Secretary General was here, as you know, 2 weeks ago, saying that if it weren't for me, NATO wouldn't even exist right now, because I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact. They weren't paying, or they were paying a very small portion. And I raised over $680 billion. That was the number he gave, by saying, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. And as soon as I said that, the money came pouring in. But Obama could have said it. Other people could have said it. Bush could have said it. Nobody said it but me. I took a lot of heat. They said, oh, that's a threatening statement. Well, they weren't paying their bills. I said, we're not going to protect you if you're not paying the bills. So in a true sense, I saved NATO, but NATO's taken advantage of us. And one of the problems that I have, and I've said it openly, I said it to President Zelensky, Europe is in for a tiny fraction of the money that we're in. Now, whether you like that situation or not, Europe is much more affected than the United States. We have a thing called the ocean in between us, right? Why are we in for billions and billions of dollars more money than Europe? And you know, they're a similar size, a little smaller, but they're a similar size economy as the United States when you add them up. And yet Europe is in for a small fraction of the number the United States is in. Now, Biden could have called them up during the term. That's what I did. I said, you have to pay your bills. And they all, one stood up. I won't say who, you'll probably have it, because the papers, the media hated to report on it. But a prime minister stood up from a country, you know, a famous meeting of 28 nations with no press, no anybody in the room. He stood up, he says, does that mean if we don't pay our bill, and at that point it was 2%, it should be 5%. It should be 5%, not 2%. But at that point it was 2%, but many people didn't pay. Some people didn't pay anything. But many people were way, including Germany. Germany was at less than 1%.
You're going to press for 5%?
Well, I think NATO should have 5%, yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2%. I mean, at 2%, every country, if you're going to have a country in a regular military, you're at 4%. I think they should be, you know, they're in dangerous territory. I think it should be, they can all afford it, but they should be at 5%, not 2%. I'm the one that got them to pay 2%. But a gentleman stood up, a prime minister stood up, and he said to me, sir, could I ask you a question? You're saying we have to pay our bills. If we don't pay our bills, will the United States protect us from Russia? I said, if you don't pay, you mean you're delinquent? He said, yes. He said, if you're delinquent, we will not protect you. I took a lot of heat. Although it was somewhat closed door, I took a lot of heat from the media. And you know what happened? The money started pouring in. That's why NATO has money. And the Secretary General said it was the most incredible thing he had ever seen in a negotiation. Now, if I would have said, yes, we will, nobody would have paid. If I would have loved to say, yes, we'll protect you even if you don't pay. But that's not the way life works.
Mr. President, two questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office, you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons. Yes, please. Please.
On Jack Smith's report.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's good to see you again. 2 questions about Syria and the ongoing war in Gaza. About Syria, the Pentagon disclosed last month the U.S. has some 2,000 troops in Syria. That's almost double the number initially we were told of 900. Will you keep that troop capacity the same upon taking
Well, I won't tell you that because it's part of a military strategy, but I will say it was Turkey. Turkey's been after that country in different names and different forms and shapes for 2,000 years. Those people that went in are from Turkey. And President Erdogan is a friend of mine. He's a guy I like, respect. I think he respects me also. He's the one that didn't go after certain people after I requested that he not. You know who I'm talking about, the Kurds. I don't know how long that's going to, because they're natural enemies. They hate each other. But he didn't do that yet. And he didn't do it in the past also. He started, and I said, please don't do that, and he didn't do it. So, but if you look at what happened with Syria, Russia was weakened, Iran was weakened, and he's a very smart guy. And he sent his people in there through different forms and different names, and they went in and they took over, and that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you have concerns about HTS taking control of
By the way, I
Syria?
have the envoy here. Is that in the back? Standing with my son, Eric, is Steve Witkoff, who's just got back from the Middle East, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a great deal maker. I said, what we need there is a deal maker, because nobody makes a deal. We have people that understand where the rivers are and where the meets and bounds are, but they can't talk. They can't make deals. Steve's done a great job. I just want to thank you, Steve. You've been working endlessly for months, and he's working specifically on the hostages, trying to get them back.
Well, that was my second question is Hamas.
Steve, come up for a second. Maybe you might want to say a couple of words.
Sir,
I didn't-
Hamas released another hostage
I didn't know Steve was going to be here, actually.
Neither did I.
He's done a fantastic job, and it's a dangerous job, too, and we appreciate it. He didn't know about this kind of danger and the other deal-making he does. Now he sees a lot of big danger. Come on up, Steve.
Mr. President, can I ask you the second part of that? Hamas
Yeah,
released
just one
another
second,
hostage
please.
video.
I'm going to give you a little report on the hostages, if I can. Steve? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. Well, I think we're making a lot of progress, and I don't want to say too much because I think they're doing a really good job back in Doha. I'm leaving tomorrow back to go to Doha, but I think that we've had some really great progress, and I'm really hopeful that by the inaugural, we'll have some good things to announce on behalf of the president. I actually believe that we're working in tandem in a really good way, but it's the president, his reputation, the things that he has said that are driving this negotiation, and so hopefully it'll all work out and we'll save some lives. I believe we've been on the verge of it. I don't want to discuss sort of what's delayed it. There's no point to be negative in any way. But I think it's the president, his stature, what he said he expects, the red lines he's put out there, that's driving this negotiation. I'm going back probably either this evening or tomorrow night.
Are you confident there'll be a deal before January 20th, or is that something that's likely to happen? If there's a deal even at all, and we've been hearing this now for the better part of.
I know. I would say.
They better be.
Right. I would say that the president is exasperated. I don't want to talk for him, but look, I don't know anyone who delegates better than President Trump. He gives us a lot of authority to speak on his behalf, and he exhorts us to speak emphatically. And emphatically means you better do this, because the alternative.
Do you think they're waiting for President Trump to take office?
No, I think they heard him loud and clear. Better get done by the inaugural.
But when you say all hell will
Before
be
I
paid,
take
or
office.
all hell must be paid if they don't release the
You know what that
hostages.
means, don't you?
Well-
Do I have to define it for you? Look, all
No, I know
hell
you're not
will
gonna
break out.
telegraph
If
what-
those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
Can you elaborate?
And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is. And they should have given them back a long time. They should have never taken them. There should have never been the attack of October 7th. People forget that. But there was, and many people are killed. They're no longer hostages. I have people from Israel and others calling, begging me to get, we had also people there from the United States, just so you know. They're holding some so-called hostages from the U.S. But I've had mothers come to me and fathers crying, can I get the body of their son back? Can I get the body of their daughter back? That beautiful girl where they threw her in the car, pulled her by her ponytail and threw her in the car like she was a sack of potatoes. I said, what happened to her? Sir, she's dead. Like a 19, 20-year-old beautiful girl. And the way they treated her. And I just say it this very simply. Steve's got a job to do. He's a great guy, great negotiator, great person. They respect him over there already. It's what we needed over there. We have people that know everything about the Middle East, but they can't speak properly. They don't know. He's a great negotiator. That's what I needed. I could have sent that gentleman right over there, Hussein. He's a great negotiator. There are people, they're rare. Great negotiators are very rare, like a great surgeon. But we have the right person. But I tell this, I don't want to hurt the negotiation. If the deal isn't done before I take office, which is now going to be 2 weeks, all hell will break out in the Middle East. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You've done a great job.
Thank you.
Mr. President, more than 140 police officers were injured by rioters on January 6th. will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer?
Well, you know, the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt. She was killed, and there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it, and we're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt was killed. She was shot. Should have never been shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and the crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so we'll see. But I will tell you this, the person that was killed was Ashley Babbitt. The other thing is, when they talk, you know, there was never charges of insurrection or anything like that. But if there were, this would be the only insurrection in history where people went in as insurrectionists with not one gun, okay? And let me tell you, the people that you're talking about have a lot of guns in their home for hunting and for shooting and for entertainment, a lot of good reasons. But there wasn't one gun that they found. And why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? You know, they know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is. The status of the FBI has gone down so far, and the status of the DOJ, or as I call it, the Department of Justice, it's the Department of Injustice, it's being laughed at all over the world. And hopefully with Pam Bondi and with Kash Patel and with other people that we're putting in, that will all come back. If you do a poll in the FBI, I guarantee I'm at like 90% with the agents of the FBI, but they have hurt that incredible place. Law enforcement, I mean, you think of the FBI, they raided this house. By the way, they could have told me, could I see this? I would have given them, I actually told them, come in anytime you want. You can see anything. They raided the house and the case was dismissed. And now I'm in litigation. I'm suing them for doing that. And I feel so badly doing it. I'm the president of the United States and I'm suing the United States, but I'm suing them for other things too. The FBI has gone so, its reputation has been so horribly hurt between Comey, who is the worst, and all of the others. What's happened to the FBI is, and we're going to make it great again. We're going to make the FBI great again. We're going to make the Department of Justice fair and strong, but fair again, because all they did was attack me because I'm their political opponent, and that includes with local judges like Marchand. You ought to find out. Ask them, why do I have a gag order where I'm not allowed to speak? Think of it. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak. Why? Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that valued this house at $18 million because it was good for their case. He actually valued that chandelier is worth more than $18 million. He valued this house as $18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, so we're very happy about that. Please.
Back on Greenland, your position is clear, but have you directed your staff to take any specific actions to draw plans? And can you elaborate again? You didn't rule out military coercion.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Have you asked your staff to draw plans for acquisition? I mean, are you actively
No, we're not at that stage, but we have people. I haven't even entered office yet.
Secondly, sir, Elon Musk has drawn some criticism and a lot of attention for some of his actions and provocative statements about foreign affairs, including in Europe. Your reaction to that, is that appropriate for?
You mean where he likes people that tended to be conservative? I don't know the people. I can say Elon's doing a good job, very smart guy. I don't know the people you're talking about. He was, I know he said some negative things about a couple of people that are running for office, but that's not so unusual. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask you about Ukraine and Putin. How soon do you anticipate going to meet with Putin to discuss the Ukraine situation?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet until after the 20th, which I hate, because, you know, every day many young people are being killed, soldiers. You know, the land is very flat, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers many hundreds of thousands from each side are dead, and they're laying in fields all over the place. Nobody to even collect. There's landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's very flat. It's great. It's farmland, and it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the human body. And the human body is stopping a lot of bullets.
Within the first 3 to 6 months?
I hope to have 6 months.
First 3 to 6 months.
No, I hope long before 6 months. Look, Russia's losing a lot of young people, and so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never happened. I guarantee you, if I were president, that war would have never happened.
Who would you like to nominate to replace Michael Barr as vice chair of the military board?
I'll be announcing somebody.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't care.
You had suggested that
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir Lopez, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, you know, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, you know, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope, no right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function if we didn't take their 20% of our car market. You know, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We got a lot of milk. We got a lot of everything, and we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors. but we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news. You may not be aware of this, but it looks like Canon has blocked the DOJ from releasing the Smith's report until further court proceedings. Get your thoughts on
Wow,
that.
that's a big story.
Yeah.
So if I get it right, the fake witch hunt started by the DOJ having to do with books and records, and Biden had many more, and he wasn't protected by the Presidential Records Act, I was. But all of that fake stuff that took the lives of people, I mean, literally destroyed people. People are destroyed because of what they did, destroyed. But we got to be president. But Biden did it for 40 years. He did it when he was a senator. That was illegal. And they ruled it was illegal. How about that? They said, it's illegal, but he's unfit to stand trial. So he can stand and be president of the United States, but the prosecutor found that he's unfit for trial. I was going to use that as a major talking point, but I never got to use it because all of a sudden I had a new candidate who was also sort of unfit to stand trial, right? But so what you're saying is that the judge just blocked the, so Cannon was thrown off the case. They dropped their appeal because he had no case. They dropped all of that, the lawsuits against us. They lost the lawsuit. So this is deranged Jack Smith. So he dropped the lawsuits. He was told to by the DOJ because they had no lawsuit. They lost in court in front of a very strong and a very brilliant judge. They lost in court, and that pertained to other cases in other courts. So he wanted to do a report just before I take office, probably. So he'll do like a 500-page report, and it'll be a fake report, just like the investigation was a fake investigation. And I said, well, wait a minute. This guy was thrown off in disgrace. In disgrace. He's going back to The Hague or wherever they're going to send him. In disgrace. Because he failed so badly. Because it was a fake case against a political opponent. They thought they were going to use this to beat me. So what you're saying is, I'm just hearing that they're not allowed to issue the report. So if they're not allowed to issue the report, that's the way it should be. Because he was thrown off the case in disgrace. Why should he be allowed to write a fake report? It'll only be a fake report. That's great news. Yeah. Good.
And if I can just follow up real quickly, you want to comment, many Americans are angry that we're sending millions of dollars every month to the Taliban. Do you anticipate?
It's not even believable. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions. We pay billions of dollars to essentially the Taliban, Afghanistan. And that's given by Biden. That's the same man that took away $50 to $60 trillion worth of value from the United States. Think of it, probably our most valuable asset. Took away our most valuable asset. This can't be allowed to happen. We are now a nation of common sense. When he does that, 625 million acres, this can't be allowed to happen. Thank you for the information.
Yes, sir.
Most other people probably knew about it, but they wouldn't have told me, right?
Mr. President, on the campaign trail, you vowed to bring down the prices at grocery stores very fast.
Yeah, we won't do it
But then
fast.
you recently told Time Magazine that bringing down prices would be very hard. So what can the American people expect when you get into office?
It's always hard to bring down prices when somebody else has screwed something up like they did, but we'll bring them down, we'll get them down. Energy is going to bring down prices. We're going to have a lot of energy, and energy is what brought it up. Energy and their bad spending is what brought it up, and energy is going to bring it down. We're going to have prices down. I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reductions. As an example, food, bacon, ham, apples, everything has gone through the roof. It's one of the reasons I won. So as you know, I said it, inflation was one of the reasons I won, but I think the biggest reason I won was the fact that they are allowing prisoners to come into our country. They released their prisoners, their murderers, Thousands of murderers are now walking around the streets of our cities and farmland all over. Murders, people that have killed. Many, 32% have killed more than one person. They release them from their jails, their prisons, and their mental institutions and insane asylums into our country. I believe that's the reason we got such a large vote. All right, maybe one or two more questions. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead, you go.
Sir, can you, President Carter is laying in state today in Washington. You had some harsh words for him about the Panama Canal. Is there any disconnect there? Do you feel a little bit bad about doing that on this day?
No, I liked him as a man. I disagreed with his policy. So, hey, he thought giving away the Panama Canal was a good thing. I think it cost him the election. That and the hostages. I actually think that was a bigger factor because that's a deal that just should not have been made. But again, this was a question that was asked of me. I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to bring up the Panama Canal because of Jimmy Carter's death. But people don't bring it up. But, you and other people have asked me about it. No, it's a deal that I was very strongly against. I was a young guy when this took place. But just why would we spend all of that money, lose 38,000 people to malaria, the mosquito? They were dying. It was horrible what was happening. They paid them 4 times more than they would make in the United States, but they knew they were going to go over there and die. And they died in the jungles of malaria. There was nothing we could do to stop it, 38,000. And then we gave it away for $1.
Getting your agenda through Congress, you appeared to open the door in your radio interview yesterday for 2 bill approaches. It's still your preference for one big, beautiful bill, as you have said.
Well, I like one big, beautiful bill, and I always have, I always will. But if 2 is more certain, it does go a little bit quicker because you can do the immigration stuff early. Now, you have to understand, for immigration and for the wall, we won the case on the wall. They tried to sell the wall for 5 cents on the dollar, by the way. And we had, fortunately, a judge that stopped that. But they were already discarding the wall. And 5 cents on the dollar. And you know what they were doing? They were calling us up and saying, we'll sell it back to you at 200 cents. In other words, double what we paid for it. So they were going to buy it from this guy for 5 cents on the dollar. They were making deals. And fortunately, we had a very smart judge that stopped it cold. I think he called for an investigation, too, and he should. But think of it. They were selling the wall that was exactly the wall that the Border Patrol wanted. That was designed by them. Steel, concrete, rebar, exactly as they want. Very, very heavy steel, very powerful steel, hard to cut. Very, very heavy, 7,000.
It appears we've lost our feed from Mar-a-Lago. President-elect Donald Trump speaking at length there. We'll bring it back if we can restore the feed. We've been listening to this and watching it for some time, the better part of an hour, as a matter of fact. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Ballots of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, here on Bloomberg Radio, on YouTube, and on the satellite. Quite a whirlwind there. If we can't reconnect, do we have the president-elect? Let's just bring it back to Mar-a-Lago. Let him finish his thought.
Either hate our country or they're very stupid. And I don't believe they're stupid because nobody can cheat on elections like they cheat and be stupid. They either hate our country or they're stupid. So remember what I said, because nobody wants to report it. They were selling the wall for 5 cents on the dollar and trying to resell it back to us for 200 cents or less, but for 200 cents on the dollar. That's a nice return.
Yesterday announced that it will stop putting fact checks on posts on its website. And Meta said today it would stop putting fact checks on its website and instead allow community.
Well, I watched their news conference, and I thought it was a very good news conference. I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive. I watched it. Actually, I watched it on Fox. I'm not allowed to say that. Say it?
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
The last time you were here, you were asked a question about the U.S. possibly launching a preemptive strike on Iran. You said you wouldn't answer that question.
On who?
Obviously, on Iran. The U.S. launching a preemptive strike on Iran's nuclear facilities.
And I said I don't talk about it. It's a military strategy.
But it is a legitimate question.
Well, it's not really, because only a stupid person would answer it. Look, it's a military strategy. and I'm not answering your questions on military strategy. All right, one more. Brian, go ahead. Brian.
Could you give us a preview of what you might be talking to leaders of Congress who are expected to come here the next couple of days? And you've got a very supportive Congress behind you.
Yeah, they're great. So we have a wonderful Republican Congress. We have a leader that I have a lot of confidence in. I think he's going to be hopefully a great leader, a great speaker. And we have a leader, by the way, in the Senate I think has been great. John Thune has been doing a fantastic job. But it goes through the House first. And the question is whether or not we do the two bills or one bill. And, you know, look, I can live either way. I like the idea of the one big bill, but I can live either way. But they'll be coming down. The senators also will be coming down. And then ultimately we'll be meeting in the White House in a few weeks. But right now this is the winter season. You know, they sort of call this the winter White House. It was built, I don't know if you know this, Marjorie Meriwether Post and E.F. Hutton built this. It was the greatest of all the estates in our country. And I saved it, and I got a lot of credit for saving it. Most of these big, great houses have been knocked down in Palm Beach, just about all of them, actually. And they, you know, you built 10 mansions on one site, but we saved it. But this was built as the Southern White House, and she gave it to the government. And by the way, Jimmy Carter gave it back. He said it's too expensive for the United States. So I didn't realize that.
Real quick, I was just told.
Actually, Jimmy Carter, Nixon was through Watergate. He came down. Nixon came here once. And he thought it was incredible, but he had a thing called Watergate, if anybody remembers that. And so he had other things on his mind, to put it mildly. And Jimmy Carter felt that it was too extravagant for the country. So fortunately for me, he gave it back to the foundation, and I bought it from the foundation.
President, on reconciliation, some Republicans saying in trade for a massive bill that you and they share the interest in, they want to see big spending cuts. Do you agree with that? And what would
I'm okay with spending cuts. I like spending cuts. Just, I'm on the record for spending cuts. And the debt ceiling was given to us. It shouldn't have been, but it was put in our lap. And what I want in terms of debt ceiling isn't the ceiling. I just don't want to see a default. That's all I want. I never talked about spending more money necessarily than all I want to see is no default. Because nobody knows what would happen if there was a default. It could be 1929 and it could be nothing. But that was put into our lap, and it shouldn't have been, but it was. And so we'll handle it. But debt ceiling is not about raising a lot of money. It's really just about extending it. I just want to see an extension.
On immigration, how much can you do by executive order? Are you planning to do on executive order when it comes to immigration? And how much do you want Congress to tackle this issue? And also on day one,
well, I had the safest border in the history of our country by far. You remember the famous chart that I brought down. I love that chart very much for a lot of reasons. But I have the safest border by far in the history of our country. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Nothing like it is now. This is 10 times worse. I got elected because of the border the first time. And I think I got elected largely because of the border the third time. And the second time I did equally well. Well, not as well as the last time, but I did very well. And I will say, this was too big to rig. You know the expression? Too big to rig. They couldn't do it. They tried, but they couldn't do it. I didn't get very much from Congress at all. I just said that we're being invaded, and I took the money out of the military. Much of the wall, I built over 500 miles of wall. Much of that wall was built through money that I put into the military. We took it out because we couldn't get things from Congress in those days, and we took it out. And that wall was built largely with money coming from the military. So, very simple. I went to the military, I said, our country is being invaded by very similar, nothing like what's invading our country now. They weren't releasing prisons into our country, and they weren't releasing mental institutions in, but some bad dudes were coming in, right? And I said, our country is being invaded. And I took that money largely from the military. I was sued 9 times by the Democrats in Congress, and I won all those suits. And we ended up building 571 miles of wall. Once that wall was built, they start going around it. So we're going to add another 200. That would have been up in 3 weeks. And then we had a very unfortunate election result. And they said, we don't want to put it up. We'll sell it. And they started selling it for 5 cents on the dollar. What a second. So we'll do this again. I just want to thank everybody very much. I'm just telling you, this will be the golden age of America. This is the golden age of America. We're going to have a great country again. We're a country right now under siege. We have so many different problems, and nobody respects us overseas, but now they do. The Italian Prime Minister, as you know, came here the other night, just flew in and flew out. She wanted to see me. And great respect is being shown when I went to the cathedral in France. Great respect was shown by the Prime Minister, the President, by everybody. France was, and by the way, I have to say they did a great job in the cathedral. But great respect is being shown to our country again. And we have a great country, but we have to run it properly. It's going to be run properly. We want to get back those hostages for Israel and for us. You know, we do have people that are hostages being held. And I'll just say it again. If this deal's not done with the people representing our nation, by the time I get to office, all hell is going to break out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ukraine-Russia war before you take office. Can you clarify what you mean by military force in the Panama Canal?
That's a wrap for President-elect Donald Trump. Live from Mar-a-Lago here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite and on YouTube, a tour de force there speaking to a range of issues for about an hour and 12 minutes. A news conference that did include several questions. He spoke to issues from the war in Ukraine to boosting energy production, ending the construction of windmills in this country. He talked about water pressure, home appliances, and took questions about his recent comments to take over Greenland, that I'm sure you've heard about, and retake control of the Panama Canal, saying both are needed, quote, for economic security, unquote. He threatened to use tariffs, in fact, against Denmark over Greenland if necessary, and refused to rule out military tools as headline on the terminal for Greenland and Panama. In terms of making Canada the 51st state, he was asked about this, described the northern border as an artificial line, saying, quote, we don't need anything that Canada has, unquote. He suggested changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And when asked about pardoning January 6 offenders, Donald Trump, particularly violent offenders, Donald Trump saying he will be making major pardons, to use his words, once he takes office. We heard not only from Trump, but also his incoming Middle East envoy, an interesting portion of what we just saw. Steve Witkoff brought an update on a possible hostage deal between Israel and Hamas, saying he is hopeful for, quote, good things to announce by the inauguration, unquote. Donald Trump adding, if they are not back by the time I get into office, referring to the hostages, all hell will break out in the Middle East. That's a direct quote. He began the news conference with an announcement of a new multi-billion-dollar investment from Hussein Sajwani, the head of Damak Group, to build new data centers in the U.S. Let's listen to what he said.
This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened.
Joining us now at the desk here in Washington is Bloomberg senior editor for technology, strategic industries, a longtime political mind here in the city, Mike Shepard. Mike, it's good to have you from the Take Him Seriously, Not Literally file. What did we just see and hear?
Well, we saw and heard a lot. You left out Wayne Gretzky also in
I left
your
out a
recap.
lot. Yes.
But you're right. He really covered the waterfront with this. Everything from Ukraine, NATO spending. He set a new bar for what he thinks NATO members should be spending, 5%. So there is a lot to digest. And certainly he is escalating his rhetoric on the Panama Canal and on Greenland. And the most striking thing, perhaps, to me is that at the start of this discussion, we saw a fairly big announcement. This is the promise of an investment of up to $20 billion here in the U.S.
Is this the news for the Bloomberg audience, Mike?
Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg, really, for the Bloomberg audience. But it is something certainly that the tech industry, which has really tried to approximate itself and get closer to Trump and the incoming administration, it's very much something that they want to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. He referred to the need for power, for electric power, to run our data centers, and was playing that against what he called Joe Biden's preference for electric heat that kind of got us off the track. But is this the president that will help to fulfill the demand for power for these data centers?
Well, he wants everyone to think that for sure. It is important to note that the Biden administration has also been making this a part of its push during the final months of Joe Biden's presidency to make sure that the needs for artificial intelligence, which are pretty substantial, they need the data centers to be able to execute and build those large language models, to be able to do all the calculations necessary, and those data centers cannot function without a lot of power. So that means utility expansion, it means an upgrade of the electrical grid. All of this costs money. And so the question is, where does that come from? President Donald Trump is promising one thing that Joe Biden also is promising, and that is some help with permitting. Now, the Biden team has looked at permitting reform and trying to do things that would accelerate the process. Trump is promising to anyone who plans to invest $1 billion or more, basically clearing all of the hurdles in the regulatory path to get those projects online.
Really fascinating that we have this element today from Donald Trump just hours after Jensen Huang's keynote address at the Consumer Electronics Show. Shares of NVIDIA hitting an all-time high today. And Donald Trump is in many ways, while we covered the waterfront, to your point, speaking to some pretty important news at hand.
No, absolutely. And it is interesting also to see the coincidence of Jensen Huang speaking at CES yesterday, and then with Bloomberg Technology, with our colleague Ed Ludlow earlier today about the company's plans. And NVIDIA is the most valuable company in the S&P 500 right now, thanks to the artificial intelligence revolution and its contributions through these computer processors that are needed to perform all the calculations for AI.
Great, Mike. Thanks for coming in, as always. Mike Shepard here at Bloomberg in Washington, D.C. I'm Joe Matthew here on Balance of Power. We'll have a lot more on this, by the way, this idea of physical AI and how that plays against the need for labor in this country in our second hour here on Balance of Power. But Donald Trump also spoke to the congressional agenda, specifically reconciliation. Is it one big, beautiful bill, or do we cut it in half here? And that remains a question because he seems to still be open to both. Jack Fitzpatrick, our appropriations expert at Bloomberg Government, joins us now from Capitol Hill. Jack, do we know anything now that we didn't know last week? Donald Trump seems to be good with either option, so it comes down to the Thune versus Johnson approach. How do you see it?
Right, yeah, we're not learning a lot from Donald Trump, and that is important because on Capitol Hill, the tides turn based on the mood of Trump. So the fact that he doesn't really care that much about the packaging and sequencing of his agenda and how many bills it takes its form in, on one hand, that's understandable because it really is Congress's job to get things to his desk. But on the other, when you talk to members of Congress and say, hey, what's your strategy to pass border wall funding, pass a tax bill, et cetera, they say whatever Trump wants is what we're going to have the momentum to do. So the wishy-washiness of the president-elect is making it more difficult for Republicans to decide how they're going to attack this. And I'll point out, he has called for the debt limit to be addressed in it, and that deadline is going to be, although we don't know a specific date, probably around June. And if he slows them down and trips them up and doesn't provide clear directions for them, it gets tougher to actually pass something as you get closer to these high-pressure deadlines. So the indecision from the president-elect, on one hand, sure, it's Congress's job to figure out how to pass these, but really the Republican Party revolves around Trump, and he doesn't necessarily seem to understand his own impact on their decision-making there.
Donald Trump saying, I do not want to see a debt ceiling default. I want to see a debt ceiling extension when he was asked about it. Jack, what's going to decide the path here? Is it the whip count? Is it lawmakers' ability to actually craft legislation that could take some time? Is it the special elections in Florida in April? What will decide?
It's the whip count first and foremost, and any special elections in April are an important factor of that because we're going to be at the point where the House Republicans can only lose, at least for some time, one vote and still have a majority. But the political reality of how you get a majority in both the House and Senate is the driving factor here. And that's why I mentioned, again, the debt limit. That's going to be the toughest part to secure votes for. There are a number of conservatives who don't vote for debt limit increases and have a significant history of opposing those measures. So how exactly you add sweeteners to that and how you sell them on, hey, if you vote for a debt limit increase for Trump, you'll get this for the border wall, these tax cuts, et cetera. That's the main question. It's just very difficult math to do with such narrow majorities in both chambers.
Jack Fitzpatrick, Bloomberg Government. Thank you so much, Jack, for being so patient and waiting for us to get through the Trump event. Want to assemble our signature panel right now to hear from Rick and Jeannie after all of that. An hour-plus tour de force from Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And we have Republican strategist Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, and Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University. With Greenland and Panama in our sights, I don't even know where to begin, so I guess I'll start right here. The idea of using military tools to coerce Greenland and Panama. Here's Donald Trump from a short time ago this hour.
We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages.
On essentially the eve of Jimmy Carter's state funeral, Rick Davis, he's not the president yet. He's the president-elect. What do you make of this kind of talk before he takes office?
Well, I think he's actually been acting like the president of the United States since the day he won. This has been really one of the most comprehensive and impactful transitions for a president-elect that I've ever seen in Washington, D.C. He basically took the mantle of being a president. He had Steve Witkoff there to report on progress that Witkoff is making as his representative in the Middle East to gain the release of the hostages. He's actively involved in that dialogue. He's, articulating new policy plans, really across the board in energy. He's articulated a new manifest destiny where, if he's going to protect Canada, it might as well be a 51st state. Greenland, they've got to come under our wing because they can't protect themselves. I mean, it's really the most comprehensive press conference of anybody I've ever seen who has not yet aspired to the office.
Well, when we're talking about taking over other countries here, including the one to our immediate north here, he referred to our northern border, Jeannie, as an artificial line, suggested changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico, and had quite a bit to say about the situation in the Middle East with regard to a potential hostage deal, Israel-Hamas. By the inauguration is what we heard from Steve Witkoff, who we called up to the podium for a couple of minutes. And Donald Trump added, Jeannie, if they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. He repeated that a couple of times for emphasis, and I wonder what you make of that, remembering, of course, the way this played out when Ronald Reagan was inaugurated and the Iranian hostages.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite extraordinary. He complained that Joe Biden is still acting as president, even though Joe Biden is president. And he went on to call Witkoff off, as, Rick just talked about and you just talked about, who's over in the Middle East back and forth negotiating the release of those hostages and saying if they're not released, all hell would break loose. As you mentioned, he repeated that several times, including at the very end of his press conference, but he refused when asked to say what that actually means. And so we are left in the dark on that. And it was one of a number of quite extraordinary moments from this press conference as it pertains to our relationship with other nations in the world. He questioned whether Denmark even has any legitimate right to Greenland. He talked about the fact, heck, there may be a referendum over there. Maybe the people of Greenland will vote to join the United States. As you mentioned, he talked about an artificial boundary with Canada. This is hours after the Prime Minister of Canada has announced that he is resigning. I mean, just an extraordinary moment. And I think the most extraordinary was his refusal to rule out using military force to claim the Panama Canal. And he was asked a couple times by reporters about that. He said, can't rule out military force there, he'll rule it out in Canada. But he renews his threat of tariffs against Greenland and Canada. So the world has got to be watching this. I can only imagine just with their jaw on the ground as to what all of this means in what now? I'm losing time, Joe. 10, 11 days now before he becomes president of the United States.
So, Rick Davis, I'll ask the question again. Take him seriously or take him literally?
Oh, I think you have to take him seriously. I'm not sure you can take him literally because half of what he says actually isn't accurate, right? Talking about like, I built 500 miles of border wall. He built 52 miles of new border wall and repaired a bunch of the other stuff. So you just can't get caught up in the fact pattern. But I think it's really important, this issue about sovereignty. He's been very clear all throughout the, prosecution of the Ukraine war that he doesn't really care about Ukraine's sovereignty, right? Russia goes into the country regardless of what treaties exist, setting the boundaries. And, that's never been an issue with him. And so it shouldn't surprise anybody that a northern border with the United States, where he claims their principal requirements for security are being held by us, we should therefore claim that country. I think the Brits might have something to say about that. The Canadian Defense Ministry might have something to say about that. Seems to me they're the ones who told us about the Chinese balloon flying over our country when we were caught asleep. So the bottom line is, I think you have to take him seriously, but if you get lost in the literal translation of everything he says, you're going to spend the next 4 years fact-checking yourself to death.
Well, that's, you have to wonder whether he would be laughing listening to this conversation, Jeannie. But boy, from the take him seriously part of this conversation, he's talking about this artificial line, and he was trying to conjure an image. He said, imagine if we got rid of that border, this massive, what that would mean, this massive piece of land. Does he have daydreams about this?
He does, and this is very much in keeping with the Donald Trump we know. I'm in New York. This is Donald Trump, the real estate developer. Bigger, bigger, better, better. That's Donald Trump, manifest destiny, as Rick said. That's sort of what is gleaming in his eyes. And he is not just dreaming. He is posting all over Truth Social in the last few days about the fact that Donald Trump Jr. is on his way over or may now be in Greenland. So he is actually pursuing this. He brought it up in his first administration. He is talking about it again. So, very, very much in keeping with Donald Trump. And then as we look domestically, for Donald Trump, who we were told was happy, joyful, boy, we heard in this press conferences, the grievances are back. He's angry at Joe Biden. He's angry at Judge Merchan. He'll be sentenced on Friday. He is happy with Judge Cannon because she blocked the release of this report by Jack Smith. He's very angry with Jack Smith. I mean, the list of grievances went on. And heck, who cares that January 6th was a mere 24 hours ago? He has not changed his tune about the fact the election was stolen from him, and he refuses to rule out pardoning people who are accused of or convicted of violent offenses. So it is quite a laundry list of grievances. He has not given those up at all.
Well, this has turned into an interesting day now, hasn't it? Good thing we have 2 hours on this program, because we'll have a lot more with Rick and Jeannie in hour 2 of Balance of Power. Kaylee Lyons will join, and we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Stay with us as we bring you straight to Capitol Hill, coming up live on the fastest show in politics. It's next, only here on Bloomberg. And make sure to check out and subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever you do your podcast. Watch us live every day on YouTube and listen anytime at Bloomberg.com.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump meets the press as Don Jr. heads to Greenland. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president-elect at Mar-a-Lago talks economy, energy, geopolitics, windmills, and home appliances. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, it was a tour de force. He went over an hour, mused about taking over Canada, and refused to rule out the idea of military force somehow to cajole Panama or Greenland.
Yeah, he described both of those as being important to the economic security of the United States, and for that reason, he said he couldn't rule out using either economic or military coercion in those areas. Once again, threatening tariffs on Canada and Mexico, as we had already heard from him, suggesting economic force could ultimately be what merges Canada and the United States, and even threaten tariffs against Denmark if it doesn't, quote unquote, give up Greenland.
Questioning whether it even has rights over Greenland, which is something that I think we can be pretty definitive about. But he did get into the congressional agenda a bit. We talked about a lot of policy here as well, geopolitics, and specific to Congress. Kaylee, the big question about sequencing, do you do this in one big, beautiful bill? And it does seem that the president-elect is open to either.
Yeah, he did suggest he likes the idea of one bill, but his mind does not seem fully made up. And we do know that he will be meeting with Senate Republican leadership here in Washington on Capitol Hill tomorrow. And it is the Senate that is advocating for a two-part reconciliation package, or packages rather. The House would like to see that as one big package, and it's to the House we go now, where I'm pleased to say Republican Congressman Mike Flood of Nebraska is joining us. He's also vice chair of the Main Street Caucus. Congressman, welcome to Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you for being here. Is it Main Street's view that the only way to really make sure the entire legislative agenda Donald Trump wants to get done gets done is one big bill?
Well, I would say the overwhelming majority of Main Street members in our caucus would say one bill, but that's not to say there aren't a handful of folks that see value in the two-bill solution. Ultimately, this is President Trump's call. We're ready to roll. I think it's important that we make this decision and then we start to plan from it, because time is ticking and we need to get active on everything that we're doing as soon as possible. We're going to have a lot of things that unfold here. We've got the Trump tax cuts expiring at the end of the year. There's really no time for delay.
Congressman, it's good to have you on Bloomberg. The president-elect saying, I don't want to see a debt ceiling default. I do want to see a debt ceiling extension. How will you get to it?
Well, I was talking to some of my colleagues this morning after our conference. At the end of the day, this isn't about whether or not America's going to pay its bills. America's always going to pay its bills, because not dealing with the debt ceiling is a default. And a default is not good in a very major way for America, our economy, our markets, our position in the world. Ultimately, I think we're going to deal with this in a way that's very responsible. This year is going to be a lot about cutting spending. And I don't know that every American knows how serious we are about doing this. I speak for a lot of members of the Main Street Caucus. I know that the House Freedom Caucus and so many other of my colleagues, we're talking about making serious funding cuts that will hopefully make these debt ceiling discussions less relevant going forward. But certainly we're going to deal with the debt ceiling, whether it's a 2-year extension in an amount that meets that standard, or it's wiping it away while we sort these problems out. I'm confident we're going to find a solution and it will work just fine.
Well, obviously, the debt ceiling addition in a continuing resolution before the 2024 year ended in the last Congress, Congressman, what caused a bit of trouble. And the deal that Republicans reached, at least in theory, was, yes, you will get a debt limit extension that will be passed when needed this year. You will also get something to the tune of $2.5 trillion in spending cuts, I believe. How is that possible without touching Social Security and Medicare?
Well, obviously, we're going to go through the process of reconciliation. And we spent all day Saturday at Fort McNair here in Washington talking about what are some of the mandatory spending expenditures that we could address. And there are a number of opportunities that we've identified outside of Social Security, which, by the way, you can't even touch Social Security in the reconciliation process, and outside of Medicare benefits provided to Americans. There are mandatory spending programs that we've identified, and I think in the next couple of weeks, maybe in the next month and a half, the committees of jurisdiction are going to start putting forward proposals that Americans are going to have to get their hands around. You know, this is not going to be done without pain. And after Saturday, I went home, thought about it, and I said, you know what? If we're really going to tackle the deficit, there is going to be a considerable amount of tough choices we need to make. And we need to prepare Americans to confront this very serious problem that we have in spending. And it will be the story of March and April when people see what we're proposing.
Well, this has already become a more serious conversation than we typically have with lawmakers about this, Congressman. So if we could get more detailed, at least in your view, where's the pain, if not at the Pentagon or, to Kayleigh's point, entitlements?
Well, you know, there's basically 12 pages of opportunities that we looked at over the course of Saturday that come from different committees of jurisdiction. Some of them deal with the types of reimbursements we make to different types of medical providers. You know, there's a whole system out there that's been developed over the years. It's very complicated, and sometimes we treat hospitals one way and we treat private practice physicians a different way. The reality is it's the same service both places. And so we need to have these conversations like, what should the policy be as we reimburse providers? Now, we're not talking about taking benefits away from Americans that need medical care. But as you'll see in the next couple of months, there's areas from the committees of jurisdiction, energy and commerce, education and workforce. I mean, all of these different committee chairs are working diligently and are sitting down with all of us. And that's the process we have right now. I'm going to a meeting later today in the Speaker's office, and we're just talking about, okay, how will this work? What is the timing? What committees have to be involved? And who in the conference needs to be at these meetings so that they can have their voices heard? We have no room for error. We have to get to 218 votes. We can spare only one vote on a very, very narrow process. So hopefully we can get there.
Well, and as we count those votes, what role are Democrats going to have to play in all of this, Congressman?
Well, as long as we're talking about reconciliation, obviously, if we can act as a majority in the House and our colleagues in the Senate can use the reconciliation process, this will be a very Republican-driven agenda. Now, I'm under no illusions. Outside of reconciliation, we're going to have to find bipartisan solutions. We've only got 53 votes in the Senate. There will be a number of opportunities for bipartisan agreement, but as it relates to reconciliation, and here are the topics in reconciliation that I think are relevant: border, spending, tax cuts, and energy. And I'm sure there'll be other things thrown in, but that's where I think we're going.
Has anyone talked to the parliamentarian about this, Congressman? Because there are concerns, and we heard John Thune talk about this, that whatever is crafted in the House could crash into a wall in the Senate, where it's going to have a bird bath, the bird rule that makes it clear that if outside of budgetary items, we don't have a reconciliation bill. Are you worried that border policy may be at risk by using this method?
Well, we're pretty confident the border policy provisions that we're interested in can be in there. We talked about this last Saturday at Fort McNair. We're going to be working hand in glove with John Thune over in the Senate. The bird rule has 6 different provisions that have to be followed. I cannot imagine we would pass a bill out of the House that hadn't been vetted through the Senate parliamentarian with the help of the majority leader over there. That would be a colossal waste of everyone's time and jeopardize this entire effort. That was one of the questions that was asked last Saturday. How do we ensure that what the House does passes the muster over in the Senate? Otherwise, this is an exercise in futility.
Congressman, you also have a seat on the House Financial Services Committee, so I'd like to ask you about the news we got yesterday from the Fed's Vice Chair of Supervision, Michael Barr, that he does intend to step back from that role, though he will stay on as a governor. The now chair of that Financial Services Committee, Fred Shell, your colleague, was on Bloomberg surveillance this morning. This is what he had to say about a potential replacement, and we'll have you respond.
Mickey Bowman's done an outstanding job as a governor on the Federal Reserve. She comes to the Federal Reserve with practical experience, both as a bank commissioner in Kansas, as well as a family connected to community banking business there in the heartland. She's been a great voice for common sense and tailoring and regulation, and I think she would be, if President Trump made that decision, that would be, in my view, a good one.
So the chairman is advocating for Michelle Bowman here, Congressman. Do you also think that would be a good choice?
Well, obviously, I'm from the heartland. My state is filled with community banks. And, you know, after Silicon Valley Bank's collapse and the FDIC rushing in and doing the right thing, and then watching a state bank collapse in Oklahoma without the same kind of attention, I think that this is a really good move for the Federal Reserve. Our nation is built on the backs of community banks, and to have someone that has that feet on the ground perspective, I think, is important. The Federal Reserve is going to play an important role in our government, especially with Donald Trump coming into the White House. As a member of the Financial Services Committee, you know, Michael Barr and his Basel III and everything that's happened, we're going to turn a page, and we're going to see a new Federal Reserve, hopefully, a new leadership of the Federal Reserve, and big things ahead.
Congressman, I know you have to go vote, and I want to thank you for joining us, making his debut here on Bloomberg TV and radio, the gentleman from Nebraska's 1st District, Representative Mike Flood. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Hour 2 of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, and we're off and running on Bloomberg TV. Thank you for making us part of your Tuesday as we assemble our signature panel with a lot to talk about, following our conversation with the congressman and a more than hour-long news conference from President-elect Donald Trump. Jeannie Shanzano is here, Democratic analyst, political science professor at Iona University, alongside Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, after what you just heard from Mike Flood, it's clear that a lot still needs to be figured out in the congressional agenda and exactly what role Democrats will play in it. Is reconciliation, though, going to be the savior that this Republican conference hopes it will be?
Well, I think they're going to stage it as if it is their savior, right? It can, you know, produce a budget. They'll probably use that platform, as we heard today, both from Donald Trump and others, that, you know, it could be the way we, you know, push back the deficit. And I think it's important to note on Congressman Flood's statement that even though he said Social Security is not subject to reconciliation, other mandatory entitlement programs are. And so food stamps and things like that all could be on this list of 12 pages of items that the House of Representatives are using. But I think that you know, these are limitations, right? Even though you get advantages with reconciliation, there are a lot of things you cannot do that the government still needs to do. And so we're not paying much attention to the appropriations and authorization process. And I'd love to see regular order be the way most of this stuff gets done.
Well, and Jeannie, Joe brought up an excellent point to the congressman, the suggestion that the parliamentarian is going to play a role here. Nonpartisan, obviously, they will decide what actually constitutes budget and revenue measures that can be handled under reconciliation. And for all of the conversation we've had in recent weeks about how hard it's going to be for Mike Johnson to get this thing through a narrow majority in the House, how hard is it going to be for John Thune if he really wants to preserve the traditions of the U.S. Senate?
It's going to be difficult. You know, you wonder, for all of his institutional focus and as you mentioned, preserving the traditions of the all-important upper chamber of Congress, is he tying his hands behind his back, essentially, by saying we will not question what the parliamentarian rules? We will abide by the filibuster. These are things that can obviously make his job a lot easier. That said, as an institutionalist, he believes profoundly in the idea of preserving what people have always loved about the U.S. Senate. And so he is going to try to do that. It may impede Donald Trump's agenda. And, you know, I thought the conversation with Representative Flood was so good because he was so sober in terms of making the point that needs to be underscored. Republicans are serious, he says, about cutting spending, and that is going to require pain. And he mentioned that word pain to you both, and I thought it was so important. And he said, you know, we need to let the American people know that addressing the deficit is going to require pain. What we don't know yet is where that pain will be. And you all asked such an important question. If it's not Social Security, if it's not Medicare, if it's not defense, what is it going to be? And of course, we don't know that yet. They're still just in the early stages of this. But, it is going to be fascinating to see how they can get where they say they're going and how they can make this happen with a president who during the campaign was promising anything but pain for the American public, and certainly at his press conference at Mar-a-Lago today. So, I can't help but wonder how they get there and, indeed fulfill all these promises that they've made on the campaign trail.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Jeannie, because I do wonder, Rick, if Congressman Flood is speaking Donald Trump's language there, or if they're in two very different places when it comes to the so-called pain and budget cuts. A big deal has been made about Doge. He says Elon Musk is the greatest cutter of all time, but is that the kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump's going to be using and potentially causing blowback from the electorate, the people who actually enjoy the programs that we're talking about?
Yeah, sure. Anytime you start cutting government spending, somebody is going to be impacted by that. The reality, though, is it's the right approach to take in the sense that if you lay out the idea that we're going to take some things away from people, whether it's programs inside the Education Department or Department of Energy or HHS, the reality is we got to start a program to where we start being right-sizing government. And I think Donald Trump's, the one thing you got to give him credit for is he'll take a loss and turn it into a win, right? So, okay, maybe they don't get to $2 trillion in cuts over the federal budget in 10 years. Even if it's close to $1 trillion, he's going to declare victory. And by the way, he'll have done more than most anybody else in our lifetime to sort of stem the growth of the federal government. Look, I do think the safety valve is the United States Senate. I mean, whatever comes out of there will be bipartisan. It does not, the reconciliation doesn't trigger the filibuster. So it's just whatever, you can get to 51. And like what has happened in the past on these reconciliation bills, the House will take the lead and fail, and the Senate will come in with their own version of a bipartisan bill, and you're probably going to wind up with Democratic votes in the House to get it done. And by the way, applause by the White House because they just want to sign something that advances their agenda. So I think that realistically, seeing something, James Mahoney, our producer, said March Madness is going to be more than just basketball this year. And I think he's right. This is going to be fiscal March Madness. So, we ought to start our own little chart to see what stays and what goes.
We love it when producer James gets a shout out, Jeannie. If we're talking about March Madness, that's getting into what, 2 months in the second Trump administration. For all of our conversation around early wins, Donald Trump might want to notch. Are they really going to end up being all that early?
He's hoping they're early, and I think that's why we heard him again today in the press conference say he's open. He prefers the one big, beautiful reconciliation bill, but if it has to be two, he's okay with that as long as he achieves this agenda. And I think that's what John Thune has been trying to urge the president is he can get a win on energy, which he talked again today about how that will help cut grocery prices. And he can get a win on immigration if he does the two-step approach. But of course, you've got a House and Mike Johnson and Jason Smith and others saying you got to go big, bold, and one big, beautiful bill. So, we don't know how early this is going to be. And just to what Rick was talking about, all of those proposals that they've talked about, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy for Doge, in terms of cutting the Education Department, the Schedule F, that doesn't begin to get us to the $2 trillion that they're talking about. It doesn't even get us close to half of that. They're going to have big cuts, and that's what we haven't heard.
Yeah. All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature political panel. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday edition. We'll have more with Rick and Jeannie still ahead because we have to recap that extensive press conference down in Mar-a-Lago earlier today. So stick with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
9:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks lower across the board. Stocks fell. Bond yields rose after the latest economic data spurred bets that the Fed will not be cutting rates again before July amid inflation pressures. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index down 32, a decline of 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 18, little change there, down less than 0.1%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is down 236, down 1.2%. NVIDIA shares now lower by 4.3%. 10-year, 4.67%, with a 2-year, 4.27%. Gold up $15 the ounce. Spot gold up 0.6%, now at $26.51. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, $74.38 a barrel. And Bitcoin back at 97,000, down today by 4.4%. A headline on the Bloomberg Professional Service: Anthropic is in talks to raise $2 billion at a $60 billion valuation, that according to the Wall Street Journal. J.P. Morgan Chase is preparing to tell all of its employees to return to the office 5 days a week, ending a hybrid work option. J.P. Morgan Chase shares up 1.7%. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan Chase has abandoned the Net Zero Banking Alliance, following other major U.S. banks such as Citigroup, Bank of America, and Goldman Sachs. Recapping stocks lower, S&P right now down 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Very busy day indeed. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
That's right, Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much, as always, watching Wall Street for us on the fastest show in politics. Yeah, busy day in Washington, busy day at Mar-a-Lago as well, where we heard from Donald Trump and brought you an hour-plus news conference live here on Bloomberg, speaking to a range of issues from the war in Ukraine to taking over Greenland and Panama, as he says, not ruling out the idea of using military force to do so. Took a series of questions as well. Talked about making Canada the 51st state, turning the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America, pardoning the January 6 offenders. He said there'd be major pardons once they take office. Talking as well about the potential for a hostage deal in the Middle East before he is inaugurated. But actually began the news conference with an announcement of a multi-billion-dollar investment in the U.S., courtesy of Hussein Sajwani, the head of DeMac Group, who was with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Let's listen.
This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened.
So it started with news about foreign direct investment in the United States, data centers in the Mid-East and Southeast, Texas, Arizona, Illinois, and Michigan. And then the president-elect turned his eyes abroad. As Joe mentioned, Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Panama, even Denmark worked their way into this press conference. But when asked directly whether or not he could rule out using military or economic coercion in Panama and Greenland, the president-elect did not say he could. Here's a taste of what he said about Panama specifically.
We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages.
So we want to get into that and everything else we learned over the course of the more than hour-long press conference and turn to Bloomberg White House and politics reporter Hadriana Lowenkron, who is in West Palm Beach as we speak. So, Hadriana, there's I guess a question here about the sudden, it seems, although he has put forward these ideas before, fixation with getting Greenland, Panama, and Canada, all at least within U.S. control, if not part of the U.S. itself. Where is all of this coming from?
Right, and this is interesting because as someone who was covering the campaign, a lot of the main priorities that the now president-elect has discussed has been more domestic. So, of course, the immigration, fixing the border, as well as, of course, inflation and what's going on with the economy. But another big part of what now that he has won the election, the goal here seems to be is to really focus on the foreign policy and use that also as a point to compare to current President Biden. So we're seeing a bit of a shift here, and a lot of that starts with bringing in some of these investments to Mar-a-Lago. This press conference this year, starting off, as you mentioned, with this $20 billion investment coming after December, SoftBank CEO pledging $100 billion. And again, really suggesting to some of these allies, as well as other folks across the world who are Iran and Russia, to really watch out for what Trump has coming up. So definitely a switch in tone here, focusing more on what's happening abroad.
Donald Trump's on his way to Washington. He mentioned Jimmy Carter a couple of times today, the former president, not in the most flattering way with regard to the Panama Canal, but he will be here for the funeral, Hadriana, which will also give him venue to meet with Republican lawmakers. Are we going to get a sense of what Donald Trump really prefers in terms of a congressional agenda here? He spoke to the idea of a big, beautiful bill, then he said he was also open to cutting it in two, and we don't seem to have much clarity on this.
No, definitely some more non-committal comments this morning about what his preference is. We know, of course, that the immigration is important, the economy is important. He's hoping to get as many wins as he can, and perhaps he could do that with the one bill here, but he has not made any. He's not advanced the conversation, and that's something that we are hoping will come from conversations, as you mentioned him going this week, to speak with people on the Hill.
Hadriana, it's great to have you. Looks nice down there, doesn't it, West Palm? We're snowed in Washington, Hadriana.
Yeah,
we'll see you back here in the snow globe. Reporting for Bloomberg, White House and politics reporter Hadriana Lowenkron in West Palm Beach. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons as we try to unpack everything that we heard from Donald Trump. It could take us a while, by the way, talking not only about Panama and Greenland, but also the Gulf of America.
We're going to be announcing at a future date pretty soon. We're going to change, because we do most of the work there and it's ours. We're going to be changing, sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name.
He does have a lawmaker on this, by the way.
Yeah.
I think you found this on Twitter. Congressman Randy Weber, Republican from Texas. He says, let's do it. Gulf of America, better than Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Applause emoji.
Do we stop the renaming of international waterways?
I don't know.
Or do the Pacific and Atlantic start to get renamed?
I don't know, but maybe the panel can help us. Our signature panel with us here on this day of the news conference at Mar-a-Lago, Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, joined by Jeannie Shanzano, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to have you both with us here. Rick Davis, Donald Trump's manifest destiny outlined today results in what?
I think it's both cultural. We are here as a sort of special people who can order the world better than anybody else. We bring, military might and economic power everywhere we go. And so I think it all is part of the same thing in the 19th century that the original Manifest Destiny meant to do, which is to plug into this notion, of American exceptionalism. Two, I think it puts everybody on their back heels. I mean, we already see, Prime Minister Trudeau lose office as a result, if not, only partially, but even that from these conversations that Donald Trump's having. There's a panic in Mexico City over the tariff policy that was initiated days after the election, and Europe is scared to death about what is the future of a Donald Trump presidency. So no question, he's going to enter office, with everybody on their heels. And by the way, including what I thought was one of the most surprising things of the press conference, when Steve Witkoff, his representative in the Middle East, said, "Oh yeah, we're negotiating these release of the hostages in the Middle East before you take office."
Which is less than 2 weeks from now. In fact, we're 13 days away from inauguration. But I'm glad, Jeannie, that Rick raised Steve Witkoff, because it speaks to this idea that there are others working on foreign policy issues in this administration, or at least will be. For example, Senator Marco Rubio next week is expected to have his confirmation hearing to be U.S. Secretary of State. To what extent do you expect voices like his could walk back some of these impulses on the part of the president?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating because you're certainly going to hear him pressed on many of these statements that the president has made. And, you know, it's just quite astonishing to sit here 2025 and listen to an incoming president 2 weeks, as you mentioned, Kaylee, out of coming into office, blowing up the idea of respect for sovereignty. You know, we take what he says about Canada as something of a joke, you know, calling it the 51st state and, you know, let's have Governor Wayne Gretzky. Look at what he's saying, as you mentioned, about Panama. Look at the Panama Canal, rather. Look at what he's saying about Greenland. Look at what he's saying about blowing up the Middle East. This is somebody who campaigned in terms of making America great again. And mostly we've thought of that in terms of what he's going to do domestically. And here he comes, I think, a really astonishing press conference and starts talking about his vision for the world, in which the United States may not be respecting the sovereign lines and sovereignty of many nations. And so I think if I'm President Zelensky listening over from Ukraine, I've got to be wondering what's stopping Vladimir Putin from doing what he's doing. You know, these are the ramifications of the world's greatest democracy, led by somebody who has these beliefs. So we are in for quite a change, apparently, as it pertains to foreign policy.
Just a minute left, Rick, from the take him seriously, take him literally category. Would Donald Trump have a good laugh listening to this conversation?
You know, it's hard to tell how much of this he takes himself seriously. Sure. I mean, I'm sure there are things he thinks, oh, yeah, I can't believe they fell for that one again. But he actually believes that he's moving the ball forward by making these kinds of statements. I mean, he wants all these world leaders to be on their heels when he meets with them. It's like basketball. He's throwing elbows inside the circle because he wants the space to operate. And he doesn't think Joe Biden did that very well. If anything, you know, sort of thought he was a suck up to Europe. And so the reality is he's going to paint a different picture. Sometimes it takes a little bit exaggeration, so you can't take him literally. But I think all of these things give you an indication as to where his presidency is headed.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel, both of them Bloomberg Politics contributors. Thank you so much for being with us. And as we consider where Donald Trump's presidency is headed, I'm guessing we're going to be in for a lot more press conferences like that one.
More talk of water pressure and of the electric heat. He says it makes you scratchy and itchy. You got to have the natural gas heat. It's a better heat. We'll have more on that on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all in the red right now. Equities quickly wiping out earlier gains after a report showed growth at service providers quickened in December. So here's where we stand. The S&P right now at 59.37, down 38, a drop there of 0.6%. The Dow lower by 46 points, down 0.1%. And NASDAQ down 281, a decline of 1.4%. 10-year yield 4.68% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.29%. Spot gold up $12 the ounce, up 0.4%, 26.48 on gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 1.2%. WTI 74.45 a barrel. Big pullback for Bitcoin right now, down 4.8%, below 96,819 on Bitcoin. It has been a busy day for the deal makers. Paychex has agreed to acquire rival payroll processor Paycor HCM for about $4.1 billion in cash, including debt. Getty Images is buying Shutterstock, and Cintas is offering to buy rival uniform company Universe. Universe shares, they're now up by 21%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, as always. His hands on the markets as we cover politics here. Live from the nation's capital, it is Balance of Power, the Tuesday edition, and we have breaking news as the Associated Press reports the appeals court judge refusing to delay Donald Trump's planned sentencing on Friday. This is the New York hush money case, and one, Kaylee, that we knew was not going to result in jail time ahead of the inauguration. That's been made clear, but one that we thought might actually move here. Also, pretty important. This was for January 10th, by the way.
Yep.
And the implications of presidential immunity here are large. This just happened, by the way, the appeals court judge refusing to delay the sentencing, which will go on as planned on Friday.
Yeah, not just delaying the sentencing, but also refusing to vacate the verdict, because that is something that Trump and his legal team had asked for in light of the presidential immunity decision from the Supreme Court. They suggested that the case in which he was found guilty of 34 felony counts should be tossed out, as some of these checks, for example, that were used as evidence were written by Trump when he was sitting in the Oval Office. But the appeals court has not bought in to that argument in this case. So it does look like the sentencing will continue on Friday, though Donald Trump is not expected to attend in person. He was given the option to appear virtually. That's likely how this will go. And again, as you said, no jail time. Unconditional discharge is what Judge Juan Merchan has suggested, which essentially means no punishment.
It's pretty remarkable. Donald Trump held an hour-plus long news conference at Mar-a-Lago earlier and talked about the legal implications here, referring to his former presidency, his first term, and the good work that he says he's done with regard to the American people to see the government weaponized against him. We'll probably hear more of that come Friday. He talked about a lot of things today.
He did. He even had news broken to him because while he was in the middle of the news conference, we got the order from the judge in the documents case down in Florida, a Trump appointee, Eileen Cannon, who blocked the release of the report from special counsel Jack Smith. Of course, this prosecution was not going forward. In fact, Jack Smith had been found to be unconstitutionally appointed by Judge Cannon earlier on in the case. So this wasn't going to proceed, but we did think we might get an eye on all of the evidence that Jack Smith had gathered through the release of this report. Trump's team obviously had asked for that to be blocked, and at least for now, they have gotten their wish on that.
Yeah, Merrick Garland had indicated that he would allow the release of that report if it had been completed. A lot of folks thought they'd be seeing that imminently. There were headlines about it this morning, Kaylee, but you're right. This new order from the federal judge in Florida puts this to rest. It looks like Jack Smith is on ice for at least the next 4 years.
And of course, all of this happening with just days to go until Donald Trump is inaugurated. In fact, when that sentencing hearing is held on Friday, we'll be just 10 days out. And we'll be just 5 days out from inauguration, Joe, when the country once again is going to be facing down some labor risk. As January 15th is the deadline for the international longshoremen on the ports on the East Coast. It is half of cargo volumes in the country by volume, could threaten to go on strike once more. Remember, they did so for 3 days in the fall, reached a temporary tentative deal that covered only wages, and now as talks resume today, what they have to sort out is the issue of automation.
Yeah, there were two components to this, and I think some suggested on this program that the wages might be the easy part. Dealing with automation for which dock workers have an extreme allergy, is another matter. They're meeting in New Jersey with about a week, as Kayleigh mentioned, left to hammer out a deal here and avoid a strike that would debilitate the economy. We're talking about closing down ports up and down the East Coast here and the Gulf of Mexico, which Donald Trump wants to rename the Gulf of America. But there's a lot of cross current with what we're hearing about AI, about the physical AI, in the words of Jensen Huang last evening, or the AI workforce, as we hear from Mark Benioff at Salesforce. The idea of automation appears to be inevitable. And it's interesting to consider that Donald Trump is joining the dock workers in this pushback.
Yeah, he has been on their side with this. I guess it becomes a question if they're actively striking when he's taking the oath of office, how he will then
optics would be remarkable.
Approach the issue. And we want to get into all of this now with an expert on labor. Sharon Block is with us. She's professor of practice and executive director of the Center for Labor and a Just Economy at Harvard Law School. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. Sharon, when we focus on the dock workers specifically in this issue over automation and what technology can and cannot be used at ports by the employers of these dock workers, how hard is this actually going to be to resolve?
Well, obviously the negotiations have been going on for a while, so this is not an easy issue. But this is the way to get it done, to sit at the bargaining table, let workers have a voice in the big important decisions about how these ports are going to operate going forward. But I think, you've hit on a really important sort of new participant at the table, and that's the incoming president, Donald Trump. And are these dock workers really going to believe that he's going to continue to stand with them the way that President Biden did when they started these negotiations? I think that's a variable that none of us know exactly how that's going to play out.
Well, are we simply talking about delaying the inevitable here? Or should dock workers have some sort of claim on manual labor that cannot be replaced by automation?
It's really not an either or. And, I think if you really dive into what the dock workers want, and it's similar to what all workers who are facing technological change to their jobs want, which is to have a say in how these big changes happen, to have their interests and not just sort of the corporate bottom line or the shareholders' interests taken into account as these decisions are being made. So it's not sort of binary, yes, automation, no automation. It's how are these changes going to unfold? What's the pace of change? What kind of supports are put in place for workers whose jobs really are transformed by new technology? And it's an issue that's just going to keep coming up again and again, as you highlighted, as AI finds its way into more and more workplaces. So it's really important that we have good models of these kinds of transformations happening with workers, not just to workers.
Well, when we consider, though, Sharon, and I take your point about how it doesn't necessarily have to be something binary, that technology can be incorporated while still keeping jobs intact. And yet at some point, isn't the point of greater efficiency to reduce operating costs, like paying more workers to do jobs that machines could do? And I wonder how that has to be balanced here. The idea that if you want to make things more efficient, at some point that could come at the cost of jobs, and how the labor movement as a whole is going to be approaching that.
Yeah, if you look at the history of the labor movement, obviously they have been a part of many technological transformations. So again, it's not a matter of trying to stop increased productivity that can come from technological change. But then what are the interests of the workers in making those transformations? Are there resources made available for workers to reskill or upskill, or to spread the remaining work among more people? Again, it's not just about, do you show up one day and your job is gone, or do you keep the technology out of the industry? It's having a process and giving workers a voice and having their interests be part of the strategy for bringing new technology into the workplace?
Or do we make existing workers more productive by leveraging this technology? Sharon, we hear so much about labor shortages, and you've got to, as I mentioned, someone like Mark Benioff talking about an AI workforce. If you can't find the people, well, we've got them for you here in a different world. That doesn't necessarily have to mean job cuts, does it?
It doesn't. And in fact, I think what we're seeing right now is more sort of enhancement and augmentation of jobs than actually replacement of jobs. And, you know, there are certainly lots of people who will tell you that they can look into the crystal ball and know exactly sort of where this AI process is going. We don't know. But I think what we've seen so far is that it isn't a replacement story. It's an augmentation story, but it's also a surveillance story. It's also a taking humans out of management story. And I think it's really important to remember that that's also part of what we need to be dealing with as AI comes more into the workplace. Is it harming workers? Even when it's not taking their jobs, it can still be detrimental to the quality of jobs, or it can, in fact, make jobs safer. You know, if automation can do some of the parts of jobs, tasks within jobs that are particularly dangerous, that are maybe particularly tedious or monotonous, that can be a win-win for both productivity, for the workers. But again, you need to, employers, managers need to be listening to workers to really understand what is happening at work, so that they can together figure out both what will make the job most productive, what will make it most safe, and hopefully what will continue to make it a good job.
Sharon, as we consider the year ahead of us in 2025, our colleagues have put together a great story out on the wire today from Bloomberg Law that finds 200 large union contracts nearly are set to expire this year, covering more than 1.5 million workers. Is this going to be another red-hot labor year, as we've experienced recently?
I mean, with that many contracts coming up, I think it will be. But, you know, I'm not happy to say I think there's a lot of uncertainty about how those kinds of negotiations are going to unfold because of the change in administrations. We are coming off of, or will be coming off of, you know, towards the end of this month, the most pro-union president in our history. We are then will be inaugurating a president who had a record in his first term of undermining the labor movement, of undermining workers when they came to the bargaining table. And so I think that, again, it's just added another layer of uncertainty. And I'm very concerned. If you looked at the National Labor Relations Board under Trump in the first administration, you know, this was a National Labor Relations Board which really tried to ratchet back protections for workers at the bargaining table. So I think that's going to put some added pressure on those negotiations. But again, with that many contracts up at one time, it kind of creates its own momentum and its own dynamic. So it should be a very, very interesting year to watch labor.
That's for sure. We'd like to stay close with you on this, Sharon. It's great to see you. Sharon Block with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate the insights. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. In our remaining couple of moments here, Kaylee, we should point everyone to what's about to happen here in Washington. Roughly a half an hour from now, President Carter's remains will arrive at Joint Base Andrews, and that will tick off the beginning of a sequence of events that we're going to be tracking through the next couple of days here leading up to his funeral in Washington and return to Georgia. A horse-drawn caisson will carry Jimmy Carter's remains from the U.S. Navy Memorial right on Pennsylvania Avenue into the Rotunda, and there's going to be a service there. Kamala Harris will speak along with others, including John Thune.
Yeah, he will lie in state in the Capitol for nearly 2 full days. The public will be able to pay their respects beginning at 7 p.m. Until midnight tonight and all day tomorrow. And of course, all of this leading up to the state funeral that will be held at the cathedral here in Washington on Thursday morning. And we will be having special coverage of that state funeral here on Bloomberg from 9 to 12. And then we'll be here for a special edition of Balance of Power from 12 to 2 p.m. Eastern.
What will be a national day of mourning. No market trading, no stocks on Thursday, but we'll have you covered here as you would expect on Bloomberg. David Gura has made his way to the Capitol, and Marie Hordern will be involved as well in our special coverage. And we'll have a lot more coming up in the late edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, so do stay with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week, insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. And stocks very clearly they are down. Bond yields, though, Tim, are rising.
Yeah, it wasn't the way the day started. It looked like it was going to be another day higher, but got a little data early in the morning, and then we saw stocks move one way. We're going to have much more on the markets, the trade, in just a few minutes.
Feels a bit like deja vu when it comes to Fed expectations. More, as Tim said, in just a moment. Hey, we are going to get to the interview heard around the AI globe. NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen, yep, he only needs a first name. And the word that he and his team seem to put out a lot. I'm not going to give it away, but they are pretty upbeat. Surprise, surprise.
Hey, you know who's not upbeat today? Looks like investors who are along this market. I mean, you got U.S. economic data that I mentioned heard around the markets, causing U.S. Treasury yields to shoot up and stocks to move down. We're going to dive into that, too.
I feel like that Treasury trade is a must watch at this point. Hey, speaking of rates, John Augustine, he's CIO over at Huntington Private Bank, on the impact on housing, inflation, lending, and more. So we're going to get a nice overview, see what he is seeing at this point.
And our most read story on the Bloomberg today, where are you watching us? Where are you listening to us? Is it at home? Is it at the office? Well, a clear message from JP Morgan. Back to work and back to the office, everyone.
Yeah, that's pretty definitive. All right, all of that to come over the next 60 minutes. First up, though, let's get a check on that trade and what's going on. Here's Charlie Pelley.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to get right to the numbers. You guys set us up very well with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. S&P right now down 42, 59.32 where we stand. A drop now of 0.7%. We've got the Dow down 58, a decline of 0.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 288. That is a drop now of 1.5%. 10-year 4.68%, with a 2-year currently yielding 4.29%. Spot gold up $12 the ounce, 26.49, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1% right now, 74.28 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down almost 5%, 96,722 on Bitcoin. Keeping an eye on NVIDIA shares, down now by 4.8%. NVIDIA dropping after a wide-ranging product presentation by CEO Jensen Huang failed to propel the AI intelligence chipmaker to new heights. Uber, meanwhile, says it is teaming up with NVIDIA in order to accelerate the development of autonomous driving technology. Uber shares up by about 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, as Charlie mentioned, definitely keeping a watch on shares of NVIDIA. In fact, investors selling large volumes of NVIDIA call options today as shares faltered after hitting the first record high since November and after a wide-ranging product presentation by NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, who failed to really propel the AI chipmaker to new heights. Keep in mind, the company among the most identified with the generative AI wave in trade is still up more than 800%, Tim, in the past 2 years.
How about $3.5 trillion in the market cap? Ed Ludlow, co-host of Bloomberg Technology, caught up with Jensen at CES in Las Vegas. It was just a couple of hours ago. They talked about the company, its all-important Blackwell chip, and so much more.
A lot's changed since we last spoke, actually.
Yeah.
But of the broad spectrum of what you announced last night, new graphics cards, new chips, actually, technically in the automotive space, products and services on the software side, which is the single most important for NVIDIA's future?
They're all important. You know, it's hard. It's all important. It's hard to pick your favorites. You know, we announced 3 chips. We announced a brand new AI, a world foundation model, a first of its kind, and we announced our work in 3 areas in robotics.
Right.
And they're all important. And you know, the thing, of course, we announced a brand new Blackwell RTX, and has a new AI technology called Neuro shaders, and we're combining artificial intelligence and classical computer graphics.
Let's go to RTX, the new RTX.
Yeah.
We've become so accustomed to your story being dominant in a market for high-performance GPUs, server racks, data centers. This is going back to your roots. It's in the desktop context. There's one right there. Later in the year, a laptop. But for a target base that is developers and nerdy, hardcore gamers, what's the future of that business for you?
Computer graphics is going to be here forever. And what we've done is we've fused artificial intelligence and computer graphics together. And the images that we're generating today wouldn't be possible if not for the fact that we're using computer graphics to create beautiful pixels and then use artificial intelligence to amplify that capability. For example, out of 4 frames I was talking about yesterday, 33 million pixels or so in 4K. Out of that 33 million pixels, 2 million pixels were computed. The other 31 million pixels were generated by AI.
In other words, the AI predicts what it thinks the pixel should be.
That's right, yeah. The ultimate generative AI.
But what was interesting for me is the focus, again, was away from the graphics cards, away from Blackwell that underpin it, and Cosmos. We probably don't have time to explain in full detail Cosmos, but you call it a world foundation model.
Cosmos is for the physical world what ChatGPT is for words and text. That's the easiest way to think about that.
Okay, so in other words, it's model text input, but can generate synthetic data in multiple mediums.
It understands the physical world. So, for example, if I ask it a question, if I ask it to generate multiple futures of a car driving down the road, it would understand the dynamics of the world. It would understand the object permanence. It would understand geometry and space, and it would create a driving scenario for the car that is plausible.
And you open sourced it. So I don't really think about it as a product or a go-to-market. It's more about what Cosmos enables. Is that how we should think about it?
Yeah, well, the autonomous vehicle industry and the robotics industry is really important to us, and we offer 3 computers for them. We offer, of course, the training computer
through DGX.
The robotics computer that's inside the car or inside a robot, and now we have this new computer called Omniverse with Cosmos. That is the digital twin or the playground where these robots can learn how to be robots. And so if we could accelerate the development of artificial intelligence for AVs and for robotics, it brings in a lot of business for us, of course.
There's an academic point of tension here, if I may. Elon Musk is a customer of yours, and Tesla, their theory or practice is based on real-world data gathered through vision.
Yeah.
Does the synthetic data underpinning of Cosmos kind of contradict that?
It doesn't replace, it augments. And so you should collect as much world data as you can. Of course, collecting world data is very expensive. And Elon has a great advantage because, number one, his AI factory for his cars is fantastic. Has a lot of NVIDIA gear in it. His AV algorithms is incredible. It's the best in the world. And he has a very large fleet of cars on the road that allows him to collect a lot of data. And so I think he has just a phenomenal position, and he's been working on this for a long time. And so he's going to be in a great position to take advantage of it.
Well, may I ask you at this juncture, he's clearly influential in this upcoming administration. But he also positions Tesla as a leading AI and robotics company.
Yeah, very.
How does that bode for NVIDIA, Elon Musk's influence of President-elect Trump, and also the coming administration's kind of attitude towards AI?
I don't know the attitude towards AI. I know Elon's attitude towards AI, and he's very optimistic about its future, and obviously he's working on some of the most important AI areas. XAI is working on foundation, cognitive intelligence AI. Tesla's working on autonomous vehicles, and Optimus is for humanoid robotics. These 3 areas of AI are the 3 most important areas of AI, and so I think he's working on exactly the right things.
You kind of positioned AI, NVIDIA's position in the supply chain for physical AI, robotics, autonomous driving. Explain it a bit more, the role you see NVIDIA playing.
Well, we're a core technology company, and so we build the foundational computing platforms. We're also full stack, and so we develop the necessary algorithms, the necessary AI technologies, and then we put it out to the industry for them to adopt it and turn it into end market solutions. We're a computing platform company.
So you're on stage and you're surrounded by, I think, a dozen humanoid robots, which is nice for you. When will I be here at CES in Las Vegas and actually have...
There's some robots right down the hall.
No, but in real terms, you must have a timeline that you see real-world commercial deployment of the technology you outlined last night.
It depends on use case. I would say...
We see first use case.
The first use case will probably be in manufacturing. There's estimates, tens, if not 100 million jobs that are workers the world is short of workers, and aging population, declining birth rates, And so I think the world needs a lot more workers. Robotics is one of the best ways for us to supplement all of that and help companies recover the lost revenues on the one hand and drive productivity, which reduces inflation for the world on the other hand. And so I think robotics is going to be very important to that. In different areas, you could have probably deploy into manufacturing first because they obviously need it most.
Which you see as a ginormous potential market, addressable market.
It's a $50 trillion industry that wants to grow and needs to grow.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jensen. I think the thing that Wall Street's struggling with this morning, among many things, is DGX, they understand the investment there, that trains the foundation models. In terms of NVIDIA's business model, what you outlined last night, Cosmos, and then later on the inference side, how physical AI helps grow your business from there.
Drives DGX growth.
Just simple as that.
Yeah, as simple as that. I think if you just look at simply like that, we have 3 computers, and 2 of the computers, DGX and Omniverse, drives enormous amount of data that is necessary to train the AI models.
Right.
And so Omniverse creates the data that we then use to train AI models. The training is what drives DGX sales. And the more robots that are available, the more data we can create, the more AI models we have to go train. That cycle is ultimately what we're striving for. All of that drives consumption for data center growth.
There is a surge in AI spending, data center growth. Some of our audience are a bit concerned about how sustainable that is, short, medium, and long term.
Well, at the limit, artificial intelligence is the single most important technology force of our time, and it's really about we're at the beginning of that. And in the future, every single data center will be driven by AI and the type of computing that we build today. And so if you look at the world today, we're about a year and a half into the remodeling, if you will, the modernization, the reinvention of computing. And so I think that over the next several years, you're going to see the transition from the old way of doing computing, general purpose computing. There's a new way of doing computing, artificial intelligence and accelerated computing. And so we have a lot of growth to go to.
Let's go back to your and NVIDIA's roots, and therein lies the complication, right? The story, accelerated computing. You spent 4 years redefining the computer for me, but then we get RTX Blackwell, single Blackwell in that form factor. The target audience is hardcore gamers, but also developers. And I wondered if you could give me any early examples or evidence of how you see the gaming industry adopting your technology.
Well, AI is going to reinvigorate the video game industry. On the one hand, for developers, it's going to reduce the cost of creating the content. On the other hand, all of the characters that are in the games are going to be smart characters in the future. So every time you interact with them, they're going to be interacting with you in a much more intelligent way. And so the games are going to be more interesting. The characters are going to be more interesting. The content development cost is going to decline. And that's going to be really great for the industry. And so I think the future is really bright for video games and these virtual worlds. And artificial intelligence is going to really reinvigorate it.
Project Digits. May I pick it up?
Yeah.
$3,000 Project Digits.
Yeah.
A supercomputer you can
sitting
put on
right
your
next.
desk.
Exactly. Could you imagine you're just sitting there just like that? You're working on your PC.
Well, I can't imagine. Why would I need one of these? Probably not me. But how big is the addressable market for this? What is the addressable market?
There are 30 million software developers. There are probably something along the lines of 10 million designers around the world. Probably another 20 million creative artists. Hard to say exactly how many students. I'm going to guess probably a couple of 100 million students around the world. Everybody's going to have to. Everybody's going to have to. Well, they can afford computers, and so if they can afford computers and they would like to have a companion that helps them do AI. This is the way to do it.
Can I just clarify something on it? I think you said on stage Mac OS, Linux, and Windows, but the communication said just Linux.
No. Whatever computer you use, you're literally enjoying how it's going to be used. It's sitting right there, and you just connect to it wirelessly like it's your personal cloud.
I promised the audience I'd clarify that because they're excited. We're running short on time. President-elect Trump has been speaking during the course of the conversation. how imperative is it that you go to Mar-a-Lago and meet with him if NVIDIA is America's leading AI company? And will you?
I'd be delighted to go see him.
Have you been invited?
Not yet, but I would be delighted to go see him and congratulate him and do everything we can to help this administration succeed.
A lot of what you outlined on stage last night in the realm of physical AI, I saw Xpeng, for example, in the autonomous driving context. That's happening in China. Like, they are doing a lot on robotics. So I'm going to ask you about tariffs. It's likely this coming administration will be as restrictive on technology export, and tariffs will be a function. How have you prepared for that, Jensen?
Whatever the administration ultimately decides, we'll give them as much insight as we can from our perspective. And I'm sure that the administration will make the right moves. That's in the best interest of our country.
2025, I kind of started the conversation by saying a lot has changed since we last spoke in the summer. You said that the age of general robotics is just around the corner. Is 2025 the year of general robotics, or is that a little premature to your mind?
The development is going gangbusters. As you can see, all the different robots that are going to be around here. And the enabling technology necessary for general robotics is coming together. All the pieces are coming together. The industry still has a lot of engineering to do. If you look long term, pick your horizon. In 10 or 20 years, the number of robots that's going to be on Earth is going to be measured in probably tens, if not hundreds, and not potentially billions of robots. And so those days are clearly coming. Is it going to happen in the next couple of years or the next 5 years? Hard to say. But the development of robotics is going to be all over the world now. And we're seeing startup companies, large companies, industrial companies, consumer electronics companies, all getting involved in the future of robotics. And our offering to the industry is a 3-computer system. And so whether they're developing the robot, training the robot, we have DGX systems for them and DGX clouds for them. If they're simulating the robots, we have Omniverse for them. And if they want to deploy them, when they're ready to deploy the robots, we have, little computers that basically is the computer brain of the robot that they can put inside the robot. And so we'll work with the industry across the board, from the development of the robot to the deployment of the robot. And we have computer systems for them, algorithms for them, AIs for them. And we'll partner with the industry to make this future happen.
Very, very quick. Which line of business grows fastest this year? Data center, gaming, or other?
They're all going to grow fast. I think gaming is continuing to grow. Our autonomous vehicle business is already on its way to be a $5 billion business this year. And so, run rate. And so the autonomous vehicle business is just starting to get off the ground. And that tells you something about how we address it. And the reason for that is we get the benefit from the beginning of the development of the AIs all the way to the deployment of the cars. Because a car company needs 2 factories, a car factory that builds the cars and an AI factory that builds the AIs for the cars. And both of these areas we get to participate. And so I think it's going to be a very large business.
All right, that, of course, is Jensen Huang, NVIDIA CEO, head of the world's most valuable chip maker, now just under $3.5 trillion, there with our own Ed Ludlow. Ed, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Technology, joining us now from Vegas. He's been at CES. Ed, so great to have you here with us. First of all, congratulations. We're going to start there. Jensen started there with you. You're a dad, so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I missed you guys a lot.
We missed you too, and you're a sweetheart to come out and do this, because this is such an important voice, not just for AI, but really for the overall marketplace and kind of where we are in our business world. I do want to start, though, with the scene last night when Jensen took the stage. You were there. Just tell us what it was like.
Yeah, I've not seen anything like it. It's more akin to like Taylor Swift or John Mayer selling out an arena than it is, a press conference or an executive briefing. He had, classic leather jacket on, but it was like studded with, I guess, diamonds or something shiny. I'm told that it was a Tom Ford jacket that Jensen Huang's wife picked out for him. It's just unbelievable. I think there's about 6,000 people in the room. But, I don't have a specific number. I can tell you there were many more than 6,000 waiting to get in. It's a 12,000 capacity venue that was limited because of the stage. And I'm sure a lot of people were disappointed. Bizarre, but I guess that gives you a sense of his own fame and the importance of NVIDIA in the world of tech.
So let's talk a little bit, Ed, about the idea of the next area of growth here. You asked him about the three different segments of NVIDIA. I'm also really interested in the product lines here because, you know, data centers have certainly been front and center over the last few years for NVIDIA, but humanoid robots, autos, where is the next catalyst for NVIDIA? I can't believe I'm even asking you that question because the NVIDIA's growth has just been so massive, but look, this is a public company, shareholders want to see growth. Where's it going to come from?
I realize there's a lot in the markets this morning, you know, economic data, some concerns about inflation, et cetera, but NVIDIA shares are down, and it's kind of a debate of whether Wall Street really understood what Jensen Huang outlined last night. And the state of play is that for the full fiscal year 24, NVIDIA, or fiscal 25, but calendar 24, NVIDIA will do $100 billion of data center sales. And what Jensen Huang is trying to explain is that the new things they're offering, the same chip that goes into the data centers is now going into a desktop computer form factor. In March, it will go into a laptop. That means more people around the world are using AI models. They're running them and what we call inference. On the robotics and autonomous driving side, they're offering a custom model, which they call Cosmos, which will allow for not text training, but image-based training using synthetic data. And his argument's really simple. If people use those other products away from their core data center business, it just simply drives more business for data centers because ultimately you have to go back to a cloud computing environment to train models. I know that's pretty complex, but that's as simple as he was going to get it.
It makes sense. One area, though, that I still haven't seen the proof is this idea of an AI PC. We talked a little bit about this with Ian King yesterday. But is that too much compute for the normal person to just have? What are we going to do with these?
It's a fantastic question. I debated it with Ian myself last night, whether what NVIDIA announced was actually an AI PC. There were two categories, right? What they call RTX Blackwell. If you're an absolute gaming nerd out there and you're listening to this show, you'll know what I'm talking about. But most hardcore gamers will build their own PC desktop. Frankenstein's monster of different parts that they're fans of, and RTX goes into that. It ranges from $600 or $550 to $2,000 depending on performance. In March, they'll bring a laptop, and it's all about frame rate and resolution. It's the best thing you can do for graphics. But herein lies the whole history of NVIDIA. We got to GPUs becoming AI accelerators because they can run multiple data processes in parallel. And so they are fully functional as AI PCs, but that's not really yet what NVIDIA is marketing them that. Compare and contrast, every other chip maker here, AMD, Intel, Qualcomm, went super hardcore on, here's the AI PC offering that we have. I think NVIDIA just realized that they have a legacy gaming audience that is loyal and growing now. And then there are developers that want to spend because NVIDIA is everything, right? Maybe there's those that are loyal to Apple and they're running all of their cool software and coding and stuff like that on Mac Minis. Maybe they'll have their heads turned by what Jensen showed on stage last night for their hardcore computer science work.
And I got to say, you know, in preparing kind of my gainers for when we talk with our TV colleagues and wrap up the market trade, that while NVIDIA shares are down, there are other companies that are benefiting by what Jensen Huang had to say last night. Micron Technologies, Aurora Innovation soaring. This has to do with they're a self-driving technology company. You are really good about sitting down with somebody, understanding a company like NVIDIA, so that we can separate kind of the wheat from the chaff. What really matters and will move the needle going forward? What will not? Because Jensen's great at kind of managing that narrative and being kind of that rock star up on stage.
So Aurora is really interesting. Self-driving trucking. You know, I've taken a pretty long journey in an Aurora truck along the Texas corridor between Dallas and Houston. And I think in that case, it's just by association. NVIDIA says Aurora is going to use our stuff. Investors look at Aurora, which was a D-SPAC and at times a bit of a meme stock, and say, okay, they're working with NVIDIA, they'll be fine. But the bigger picture of Micron is, remember what a data center is built of. It's not just a single NVIDIA GPU. We're talking about several £100 boxes, hundreds and hundreds of them in rows. And for every one of those NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, what's around the outside? Micron chips. Memory. And so it took a little while for that Micron story to kick in. But if Jensen is saying we're in full production with our Blackwell chip, the sort of leading AI chip, and his outlook is super optimistic for continued investment in AI, it's just logical that Micron would benefit as well.
All right. So your conversation, if anybody missed, we highly recommend you check it out on the Bloomberg or head to Bloomberg.com. But NVIDIA next reports, I'm just looking on the Bloomberg, February 26th. Is that the next big focal point for the company or something else? How are you thinking about it on this Tuesday, January 7th?
I shall probably not be here on February 26th, but insofar as I think about it, he was in that last answer. He said all business lines will grow. Didn't give us any numbers for the calendar 25 and the next fiscal year. So that could move the needle. I'll remind you guys that when they had the last two earnings cycles and we spoke to him in an earnings interview, the market was very disappointed because the bar is now so high in terms of the outlook for growth. And also remember that NVIDIA hosts its own mega conference, GTC. And from a product perspective, an outlook perspective, customer perspective, that event, typically in San Jose, I think in March, April, a lot of people watch that super closely. So there's a lot to come. But also remember that NVIDIA is just one company and they rely a lot on partners to get this stuff done. And so look at your Dells and your Super Micros, and that's all a lot of fun too.
All right, great stuff as always. So great to have you here. We know you're going to go back and take care of your baby. Congratulations again. We look forward to you, but enjoy your time with your little one. That, of course, is the co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow, there at CES in Las Vegas. Again, if you missed that interview, Ed's interview with Jensen Huang, be sure to check it out at Bloomberg.com or also on the Bloomberg Terminal, Tim.
That sell-off continuing on Wall Street, tracking it all and all the business news. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on, Tim. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Just talking with Ed. NVIDIA down now by 5.2%, but in the year-to-date column on the Bloomberg, the stock is up almost 6%. S&P right now down 42, decline there of 0.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average trading lower by 0.1%, down 46, while NASDAQ is dropping 289, down 1.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1.4%. And again, NVIDIA certainly weighing on tech today. We've got NVIDIA down by 5.2%. 10-year at 4.65% with a 2-year 4.29%. Gold up 0.4%. Spot gold 26.47 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude 74.18 a barrel. WTI up by 0.8%. Bitcoin now down almost 5%, 96,767 on Bitcoin. J.P. Morgan Chase is preparing to tell all its employees to get back to the office 5 days a week, ending a hybrid work option for thousands of staff and returning to the attendance policy that was in place before the pandemic. J.P. Morgan Chase employs more than 300,000 people globally. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet there with the market breakdown. I got to say, this is why so many investment folks talk about U.S. exceptionalism. Just check out some of today's U.S. economic data, Tim.
Yeah. Growth at U.S. service providers quickened in December, reflecting stronger business activity. It helped push a price measure to the highest since early 2023. That bump up similarly kicked up concerns about inflation again, Carol, and kicked up U.S. rates once again.
And let's not forget, we also had a very closely watched 10-year Treasury auction today, $39 billion, 10-year notes, auction drawing the highest yield since 2007.
Oh,
so
2007?
Remember back then?
I do.
Oh, the good old times. Not. All right, let's get to it. With Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith and Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie, both of them right here in our New York studio. Hey, Molly, first let me start with you. I know the trade, though, in terms of where rates are really important, but the economic news. Why are traders worried that they can't or will not be so aggressive cutting rates?
I mean, this is a lot of what we saw with the end of last year, right? Those renewed inflation fears coming right back front and center, and especially in the service sector, where that's where we've been hoping to get more of the relief from. And we know that the Fed watches those services prices so closely, especially the excluding housing category. And if you're seeing this closely watched report showing that those prices paid back up at the highest level in almost 2 years, that's exactly the opposite of what you want to see. And then on the other side of it, we also had the JOLTS data come in a little bit more lagging. This is back in November, so who even remembers what happened at that point? But this is
We did have an election.
We did have an election. It seems like 100 years ago.
Right.
But back in November, so we saw job openings pop up again, and the prior month was also revised higher. And you have to remember that job openings have otherwise been trending down for really since early 2022. So to see these two big increases back to back is not really what you want to see. However, though, a lot of that's really coming from just white-collar jobs. It's really just in business services and finance and insurance. It's a little more mixed outside of that. So at least that is probably tempering a little bit of the hotness of the JOLTS data, in which you wouldn't really want to be seeing right now the labor market also picking up steam.
Okay, we're certainly seeing this play out in the equity market, but more so we're seeing it play out when it comes to the rates market and what's going on with yields. Take us into it, Michael McKenzie, and really how yields are reacting across the curve.
Not particularly well, short, succinct answer, because we saw a little bit more of the Fed rate path this year being priced later. So we've gone from pricing a rate cut to start in June this year, now to July. We're down to about maybe 36 basis points of cuts in total for this year. So the market, talking to a few people
So
today.
cut and a half? No, I'm just being
No, yeah, it's
facetious,
kind of
but-
where we are now.
Right? Yeah.
And don't forget, I think there's some skepticism around the ISM print. It's a bit of an outlier when I was talking to a few people this morning. That said, you get a good jobs number on Friday, but more importantly, if you see signs of inflation picking up next week, in next week's release, that's going to really start to upset the front end more. For now, the bond market focus is really on rising term premium, which we're seeing in the 10-year and the 30-year. That's why those auctions are coming today. You've had a big week of corporate supply and also treasury supply. The market's had to price in a concession. Even pricing in a good concession for the 10-year today wasn't enough. It's still slightly tailed, and demand was a little bit off par from basically main investors. So it is a bit of a worry. I think tomorrow's 30-year could be pretty sloppy, given the way we're setting up here, and particularly with the jobs number to come on Friday and then next week's inflation report.
Help me understand in terms of the Treasury trade, especially for folks, I know we have a super smart audience, but when your investors are requiring you pay up, is it because they're concerned about inflation and inflation eating into that investment? Are they worried about U.S. debt? Like, is it most?
It's a combination of all. Okay. It's really about this country is running massive deficits that we've never seen outside of wartime. This is an administration that's going to be coming in that wants to cut taxes. It will continue to spend, irrespective of whatever effort they pursue trying to get spending cut. And the bond market's saying, let's do the math. This doesn't add up, which means you need to have a higher premium to own a Treasury bond, particularly if it's 30 years, let alone 10 years. And as a result, that's why term premium is picking up. And the other factor in this, of course, is the uncertainty around inflation. The Fed still thinks the Fed has credibility on inflation, but that means you have to start pricing out more of these rate cuts for this year and beyond for the Fed to keep sticking to his guns and be credible.
I'm a little nervous because the president-elect, or I think observers would say that they're a little nervous. The president-elect making some comments today and also making some points about not happy about, rates and maybe rates going up. So Molly, are you guys on the economics team kind of getting ready for a battle between the president-elect, who will soon be president of the United States, and maybe a battle with Jay Powell of the Fed?
Well, this is exactly what Powell's been trying to so ruthlessly defend, that the Fed is an independent institution, that it's apolitical, and that's how central banking works. And that's when central banking works well, rather, is when it is apolitical and free of the political influence. So Powell has really tried to defend that, so staunchly, and we'll see, his tenure is up in 2026. It doesn't seem right now that Trump is really trying to replace him. I mean, if anything, the most unexpected thing that happened so far was Michael Barr yesterday, vice chair for supervision, him stepping down from that role because he was, fearful that was going to be a target in the Trump administration and just didn't want to distract from the Fed's duties overall. He will stay on as a governor, though. So what this means is that since that position has to be filled by a Fed governor, and that there isn't now a vacant governor seat, it has to be filled from within the Fed system of whoever already is a governor.
Interesting.
Michael McKenzie, what's the power of the bond market when it comes to keeping the president-elect in check when he does become president?
If the bond market decides that this administration is not serious about reducing the deficits, getting spending under control, and is going to goose the economy, then the bond market will sell off. And as a result, those rates will really start to bite. If someone today is wanting to buy a home, the latest rise in yields, I was talking to a bond investor just now, he just said, you're making home purchases now punitive. And that's going to slow the economy. There is a sense of reflexivity here. As yields can only go up a certain amount before things start to feel the pain. The broader economy feels the pain from that. And for Donald Trump, he's going to have to be very conscious, and his administration is going to be very conscious. And I'm certainly sure Scott Bessent's going to be very, very conscious of this too.
The expected U.S. Treasury Secretary.
You can't push this. You can't go against the bond market. The bond market will set the tone, and if you want to see stocks really take a hit, you don't want to see the back end of this yield curve start to unravel. We're nowhere near that. I know some people today have mentioned a Liz Truss moment coming for the United States. I don't think we're anywhere near that at the moment. But that is what you should be worried about at the back of your mind.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Michael McKenzie and Molly Smith. Guys, thank you so much. Great roundtable and great in terms of what's going on in today's trade. Hey, coming up, another view of the rate environment in banking. We have Don Augustine of Huntington Private Bank.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got losses for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining right now, with the S&P down 51, 59.24 where we stand now. That is a drop of just about 0.9%. Dow Industrials down 109, down 0.3%, while NASDAQ, the composite index, down 317, down 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index is down 1.5%. The 10-year 4.68%, with the 2-year at 4.29%. Gold up $11 the ounce, up 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, 74.42 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down by 5%, back with a 96,000 handle, 96,500 now on Bitcoin. It's been a busy day for the deal makers and deal-making announcements. Paycheck has agreed to acquire rival payroll processor Paycor HCM for about $4.1 billion in cash, including debt. Getty Images is buying Shutterstock, Getty up now by 25.1%, and Cintas is buying rival uniform company UniFirst. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie talked about it. We talked about it with Molly and Michael McKenzie. Stocks are down. U.S. Treasury yields moving up. Yields we've seen moving up this morning's U.S. economic data amped up bets that the Fed will not cut interest rates again before July amid inflationary pressures. And even Michael McKenzie saying it's like a point and a smidge is what the market is expecting in July, Tim.
With more, joining us is John Augustine, CIO over at Huntington Private Bank. It's a division of the publicly held $24 billion Huntington Bank shares based in Ohio. John oversees about $27 billion in assets under management. He's back here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio in New York. John, how are you?
Great to be here again.
Happy New Year. You walked into the studio and you said it's the trifecta today, and that is what's hitting stocks.
Right.
What are you seeing out there?
Interest rates up, dollar index up, and price of crude oil up. And when those three are up now, they've been controlling the stock market now for about a month. And the newest member of that is crude oil, and stocks have a tough time with that. Think of it this way. The automatic stabilizers, when things go bad, when the U.S. economy slows, dollar comes down, yields come down. Now they're both going up. They're actually trying to slow things down.
So what happens? What's
Stock
the
market
outcome?
doesn't like
If
that.
this trend continues, because we are in a market environment where I feel like, you know, you get a dump of certain news on a day and you get a trade a certain way, and then you come in the next day or 2 days from now and it's a completely different narrative, especially in the Treasury trade. I feel like we've been all over the place. So tell me, does this continues, and if so, what are the implications?
It continues likely into earnings season, 15th. Officially, we start earnings season.
Used to be GE, now it's JP Morgan.
And all the banks that roll out. But it's going to continue. We're going to get this uneven economic news. The jobs report's going to be very big on Friday.
Right.
But it's the economic news is going to cede to the earnings news. The earnings news is probably eventually going to be the arbiter, because earnings have been very good for 2 years.
You have the S&P 500 in 2023 up more than 24%. In 2024 up more than 23%. Are your clients just calling you being like, throw it all in the S&P 500? Why
Not
wasn't
yet.
everything in the
Stocks
S&P 500?
aren't expensive enough yet.
So you're saying...
Stocks are the only thing Americans do not like to buy on sale.
I've heard that before.
That's funny.
But are they saying, wait a second, why wasn't I just in the S&P 500? You have me in this diversified portfolio that doesn't return what the S&P 500 index returns. What's going on here?
We know what we know is Americans are overcashed.
Still.
Bank deposits up,
Still.
money market assets up, still. If you look at the national numbers, Americans are overcashed. We find it in our own customers.
The higher end customers?
Yes.
Okay.
We've been weighted towards equities.
Higher end of the income spectrum customers.
Higher income spectrums. We've been weighted towards equities, not all the way. We want to see what bond yields are going to do. But nobody's coming at us yet and saying, even after 2 years, throw it all in equities. It's just not there.
Anybody coming in and saying, you know what, I'm done. 2 great years in terms of the equity play. We're being so kind of plain vanilla because we know private markets and a lot of things are in play in a lot of people's portfolios, especially at the higher income strata. But is anybody saying, I'm out. I want to be in something safe. I look at the Treasury trade. I can kind of get a decent return there. So, you know, get into the investor psyche right now.
They like the 4% yields
in treasuries.
But they want 6-8%, 10% increases in that. And that you got to go to the stock market.
And the U.S. stock market.
And this year, though, what you're right on, Carol, is this year, income may be the best mitigator against volatility.
Right, protecting yourself against downside, right?
And giving yourself, you're always going to have fuel.
John, do you think that we're going to head into, you guys are, as we mentioned, publicly held division of Huntington Bank Shares, $24 billion institution. And I am curious, I know you are in...
Now, the institution's a lot bigger than that.
A lot bigger. I'm talking about the market cap, forgive me. But in terms of like you're in, the private bank. But I am curious, if you talk with some of the other colleagues, what they are seeing in terms of lending and the environment, and are people taking out loans, or is the bank willing to loan? Like, give us an idea. Is anybody thinking slow down, concerns about recession?
No. Especially after the election. There's more optimism now. There's more loan demand now. Small business is ready to go, even though in the stock market nobody likes small and mid caps. But businesses are getting ready to go. There's probably
and the bank ready to
and
lend.
The bank's ready. Banks are ready to go. Banks are overcapitalized, arguably. And I'm not just talking about the one I'm with, but in general, the optimism has come into the business community, right or wrong. And we have a Fed now that's not a headwind. We have a new administration that wants to speed things up. So the Fed and the fiscal policymakers are in unison now to move forward on the economy. That's the playbook. And then how much inflation will that generate out of that? Nobody knows that yet.
That's the concern, though, right?
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about protecting clients against consecutive quarters of inflation moving higher. If we get another jobs report, we got the JOLTS report today that came in hotter than expected.
And ISM services, et cetera. So now, last year, importantly, let me back up. Yield curve now is normalized. 10-year yield is well over the inflation rate, official inflation rate, the headline CPI that most people follow. Now there's some cushion. So now there's some income cushion, real income now, that we haven't had for 10 years or so. So people like that, but they still want that 6, 8, 10% as mentioned earlier. Now there are 62 some stocks in the S&P 500 that yield over 4%. So income from all three groups, cash, bonds, stocks, you can almost get 4% or over now. That's a useful tool. But clients mostly still want 6, 8, 10.
They're spoiled.
They're spoiled.
I mean, historically, what we got the last 2 years, certainly on the equity trade, is not.
But 6, 8, 10, historically, that's
stocks start to
that's
run.
Possible.
They generally keep running. We might have 2 more years of this if earnings estimates are right. Think of the Bloomberg earnings estimates. 13 this year, 15 next year.
Yeah, although Gina Martin Adams has been a little bit more sanguine, I feel, or a little bit more, pulling in terms of expectations, the comparisons become really difficult. And not that things aren't going to grow, it's just not at the dynamic rates that we've seen.
No, and that's where productivity comes in, that's where AI comes in, et cetera. But our equity team, Randy Hare and our equity team, we're not seeing any slowdown in the overall beat level. It's still 400 or 500 basis points.
What about, though, the U.S. housing market? And the mortgage rates staying higher. Like, could that be something that causes some problems, wider problems?
Yes.
In the U.S. economy? I
mean, arguably, the U.S. economy would be growing above 3%. But housing starts are down year over year. Everything's wrong in the inventories are wrong, the pricing is wrong. There's a mismatch of what kind of houses are out there versus what millennials want, who are now forming households. So yes, the housing market is a risk, but surprisingly, what we started to hear from the National Association of Realtors over the last couple of months is Americans, and we're going to find this out in the spring, is that Americans might be getting used to these higher mortgage rates.
Yeah, there's a point where you're going to say...
They said it. We didn't say it. It's coming from them.
No, it's a good point. I do feel like that is something we started to talk about. Happy New Year. Great to have you back. Yeah. John Augustine over at Huntington Private Bank. When we come back, wanted all workers back to work 5 days a week. It's our most read story on the Bloomberg. More when we return on Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, it's our most read story on the Bloomberg on this Tuesday. JP Morgan Chase just becoming the last of Wall Street's biggest banks to abandon the industry's largest climate finance alliance. That's going on. What's most read is that he's saying, JP Morgan, hey, everybody, no more working from home. Come on back to the office 5 days a week. So we wanted to get into it. Bloomberg News senior finance reporter Sri Natarajan here in studio. All right. So first of all, let's talk about this back to work. What took JP Morgan so long?
Well, first of all, Jamie Dimon hasn't quite said it yet. Senior executives at JP Morgan are talking about this.
But he's on board. Can we assume?
It's very fair to assume Jamie Dimon's on board. If there's anyone on board, it's Jamie Dimon. Everyone else has to fall in line. But all the sense we're getting, unless plans fall apart last minute, is sometime in the next few weeks, in a week or two, you could very well see JP Morgan come out and say they want everyone back in office 5 days a week. They already had all their MDs and above in the office. A lot of the
That's what I was going to say.
trading stuff.
What's the status right now? Like, what changes if this becomes policy?
Roughly 60% of their workforce is full time.
Okay.
But going from 60 to, I don't know, 85, 90, 95% is still a lot because JP Morgan employs 300,000 people globally. So there are still a lot more people who are supposed to come back in full time. And you know, this is a push and pull you see, especially on the tech side. It's a dynamic people have seen within JP Morgan, but it's perhaps true across the board. That's one group inside many corporations where it's proven the hardest to convince them that 5 days in the office is the way to go.
And they need those workers. Like, pick your firm, right? They're kind of at their core, they're tech firms, right, in terms of needing that staff.
And it's a question of where does the leverage lie? And you can see that very easily in the tech sector. Those are the companies that have the most flexible rules. When companies like Amazon first said, we want everyone back in the office 5 days a week, there was a lot of pushback against it, and they had to delay those plans. And there are other tech firms that will go out there and tout their flexibility. Much less so in the banking sector. I'd probably say Citigroup is the only one out there who still speaks to its hybrid ethos.
Yeah.
Everyone else is pretty much back in the office staff.
But do they have to?
Citi?
Yeah. Do they have to, in a sense, to compete?
Your point being that as one of the worst performing banks in the country, you might as well show up your nicer side.
Give a different option?
I'm curious.
It's a fair point.
If your compensation has been based on company stock price and it's struggled, is it a retention issue? And you have to come up with other ways to keep employees happy.
I think it's a fair point, but in my mind, it's more a leadership ethos more than stock market performance or your price to book ratio factor here. I think that is more Jane Fraser's leadership style coming through. And you can be fairly certain that she's not in the Jamie Dimon, David Solomon camp of an office only works when everyone's there 5 days a week. Could that change? Yes, but she's certainly been out there sort of showcasing that Citi is this nice, gentle place to work in.
Listen, to be fair, I really think we all thought coming off the pandemic that, oh my God, our working environment in every industry had changed. And what we've slowly seen, whether it's banking, whether it's, kind of pick your firm, everybody's slowly coming back to their offices. I mean, let's not say, did you even ask about, you did, about the JP Morgan office building?
Well, I mentioned
it's
it
an
when we were-
expensive building, right?
You don't build a building like that and not have people come to work.
Just down the street from us.
Park Avenue.
It is one of the largest office buildings under construction in the world, if not the largest, from what I understand. It's definitely safe to say one of the largest buildings. It's new,
It's
complete,
shiny and new, man.
It is shining and new, and it does look fabulous. So I'm sure Jamie Dimon would like to see it buzzing. But to me, it's also interesting that when we look across over the last few years, having covered the sector, having looked at the various announcements that have flowed through over the last few years, we've gone through fits and starts. First, it was the first few months after the pandemic when we're like, can you please start coming back into the office? Not 5 days, 1, 2, 3 days. Let's start there. Then maybe a year or two, okay, enough's enough, let's go 5 days. Then it was, pretty please, can you do 5 days? Now we're again in this moment where with this new administration, and especially look at the Trump administration and its Doge boys, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, training their guns at federal employees and office buildings being empty. They're all talking about that. Jamie Dimon himself has talked about how disappointing it is to see some of these federal offices being empty. So I think you will see that drumbeat of RTO, or at least that cycle go on for a little while longer, at least over the next few months.
No, it's a good point. And from from now on, we're always going to call them the Doge Boys. Thank you so much, Sri, for that. Hey, one other story we want to ask you. JP Morgan quitting the climate finance group. They're following Citi. They're following B of A. Just, 30, 40 seconds on this. What's going on here? Does it mean that everybody's saying we don't care what happens to the climate and the environment, or is it something more nuanced?
Easiest parallel I can make for you is look at Facebook or Meta adding Dana White to its board, a Trump ally, Trump buddy. If you're a large bank, how much do you want to be out there touting the fact that you care for the environment and ESG? Yes, that's what all of them used to say. They just want to shout a little less louder. They don't want to be seen as in forefront of that revolution, caring about the climate or climate change with the Trump administration.
But do they still care about the climate? And will investments reflect that, or we don't know?
Their answer depends on who's in power.
The Doge Boys. Never going to forget that.
Making up hats and T-shirts as we speak. Thank you so much, Sri Natarajan, senior finance reporter here at Bloomberg News. Check him out on Twitter, on X, on the Bloomberg, and at Bloomberg.com. All right, man, that was a packed 60 minutes.
Yeah, if you're sticking with us on Bloomberg Radio or on YouTube, we got a great program coming up. Michael Shepard joining us to talk about the U.S. blacklist of those tech giants in China, and then an Apple downgrade to sell. Craig Moffett of Moffett-Nathanson is going to be joining us as well.
All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Tim and I continuing on radio, on YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Wallace. A motorcade is taking former President Jimmy Carter's casket from Joint Base Andrews to the Navy Memorial in Washington. From there, it will be taken by horse-drawn caisson to the Capitol. CBS's Ed O'Keefe is waiting along Pennsylvania Avenue.
Casket will be followed from Pennsylvania Avenue up to the Capitol. The Carter family will walk behind the casket to the east, back to the Capitol,
where Carter will lie in state until his funeral Thursday at the National Cathedral. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the release of special counsel Jack Smith's report on President-elect Donald Trump's classified documents case. At his news conference today, Trump called the ruling great news.
He wanted to do a report just before I take office, probably. So he'll do like a 500-page report, and it'll be a fake report, just like the investigation was a fake investigation.
The Justice Department was planning to release Smith's report as early as Friday. Friday will still be sentencing day for Trump in his hush money case in New York. A judge today rejected Trump's bid for a postponement. Much of the country is shivering today. Here's CBS meteorologist Nikki Nolan.
It's 15 to 20 degrees below average for this time of year. It's all the way from the north down to the southern region. Wind chills are even into the negative teens along the northern region.
In Southern California, winds are gusting above 50 miles per hour, stoking wildfire concerns. Crews are battling a brush fire in the Pacific Palisades. The U.S. has recorded its first human death due to bird flu. CBS's Cami McCormick has details.
The Louisiana patient was over 65 and had underlying medical conditions and was hospitalized with the virus last month after exposure to backyard chickens and wild birds. World Health Organization spokeswoman Margaret Harris.
Our risk assessment to the general population is still low, and it remains that. And we certainly are receiving information on a regular basis.
And the CDC says there's been no person-to-person transmission of bird flu.
When it comes to global smartphone sales, Apple is closing the gap on Samsung. CBS's Jason Brooks has the update.
Counterpoint Research reports that the iPhone saw record shipments, revenues, and average selling price in the third quarter and led all smartphones in total revenue, helping the iPhone capture 17% of the world's smartphone market, just behind Samsung's leading 19% share. South Korea's Samsung saw its market share slip from a year ago, while Apple gained ground. The iPhone is the clear leader in North America, with Apple owning 53% of the market, compared to Samsung in a distant second place with 23% market share.
Stocks down this afternoon. The Nasdaq down 340 points.
Food.com.
The egg shortage is getting worse and driving up prices.
Some grocery stores in the Bay Area have been running out of eggs, and many are limiting sales to only a dozen per customer. This as egg prices continue to go up, now nearly $9 for a dozen large, according to the USDA. At Dream Fluff Donuts, owner Alex Hsu says he's considering making breakfast sandwiches with one egg instead of two.
Everything is cost more, and then we work hard and make less.
All this the result of the bird flu epidemic, which has reduced the supply of eggs in California by 40%. Matt Bigler for CBS News, Berkeley, California.
Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have settled their divorce. They're asking a judge to finalize it. Newly filed court documents show the couple reached the settlement through mediation in September, just a month after Lopez filed for divorce. Lopez will drop Affleck from her legal name. Neither will pay the other any spousal support. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just 55 minutes away from wrapping up this trade on this Tuesday, January 7th. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovec live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We've got stocks down, bond yields up after the latest economic news. Spurred bets that the Fed will not cut interest rates again before July. That's a long ways off. That means we'll be halfway through 2025.
Yeah, we're even seeing stocks take a leg lower now. We're down close to 1% on the S&P 500, down 1.7% on the NASDAQ Composite, 0.4% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. About 54 minutes to go until the close of trade.
Listen, there's a lot coming at investors, and one of the things we want to tackle over the next 2 hours is the U.S. blacklisting of China's tech giants, the risk even faster decoupling, that U.S.-China relationship, the world's two biggest economies. It continues to get more complicated. It continues to get trickier for investors. So we're going to dig into what you need to know about that one.
All right, well, speaking of China, speaking of stocks that are down, Apple down about 1.2% right now.
Wait, what did you say?
Speaking of stocks that are lower and speaking of China.
I thought you were going to say downgrade.
Oh, I was like, okay, well, sometimes we have a mind meld, Carol. Sometimes we don't. That was an example of when we didn't have a mind meld.
I jumped
but it's
the
okay.
gun.
My fault. That works.
No.
Downgrade? How's that?
Okay, that's what, on Apple? That's called I wasn't quite listening and I was anticipating. But we do have an Apple downgrade to sell. Doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen. Craig Moffett over at Moffett-Nathanson is going to be joining us a little later in the program. How about also
anybody who's listening or was planning to come on our show, like, I'm sorry, I've just got another appointment come up.
Yeah, I see Michael Shepard right now, who's just like, how long is this going to take? Am I going to have to be here doing this?
Am I ever going to get to talk to them? Do I want to talk to them? How about some skiing, though? Also in Banff?
Yeah. How about that?
Have you been there?
I've been to Banff, yeah. It's pretty awesome. Whitewater rafting in Montana?
Haven't been, but would love.
Okay, the president and CEO of Pursuit, not Pursuits.
Not our Pursuits.
Not our Pursuits, but there's some similar themes there.
Yeah.
He's going to join us to talk travel and leisure.
All right, so we're going to toss it over to Charlie Pellet, who's going to save us. Save us, Charlie Pellet. What's going on?
Right to Apple, down 1.1%. More on Apple coming up right here on Bloomberg Business Week. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. That kind of Tuesday with the S&P right now down 58. Drop there of 1%. Yes, lows of the day. 53 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. The Dow down 168, down 0.4%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.7%. 10-year 4.63% with a 2-year 4.29%. Gold up 0.5%, 26.48 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.1%, 74.37 a barrel. Bitcoin now down 5%, 96,575 on Bitcoin. Investors, meanwhile, certainly listening for any developments on trade, tariffs, and immigration from the incoming Trump administration. Ethan Devitt is Chief Global Market Strategist at Moneta Group Investors.
It's going to be a bit of a volatile ride in terms of Trump messaging. We've already seen that, and he isn't even in office yet. So that's clearly where the cracks are, that markets don't like the uncertainty that can come from a post on Truth Social or X.
Ethan Devitt of Moneta interviewed before this morning's wide-ranging Trump news conference that aired on Bloomberg Radio. Again, recapping, S&P down by 1% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. ADRs of Tencent down another 2% as we speak right now. Fell yesterday by close to 8%. It's a tech conglomerate. It's the largest gaming publisher in the world. They do social media, they do venture capital, they do messaging and more. They do everything.
They do a lot.
They do a lot. This after the Biden administration added that company, along with Tesla battery supplier CATL, to its list of, quote, Chinese military companies. Firms, it says, are working directly or indirectly with the People's Liberation Army or contributing significantly to China's industrial base.
All right, well, the latest move from the U.S. risks doing more than tanking the shares of some of China's most valuable companies, although we are seeing that play out. It also threatens to accelerate decoupling of the world's biggest economies. It's a battle, safe to say, a tech war between the U.S. and China that just continues and seems to feel like it's accelerating once again. Michael Shepard is Bloomberg News senior editor. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Michael, great to have you here with us. So talk to us about kind of this tech war once again between U.S. and China. Nothing new, but it does feel like it's amping up again. What's driving who gets banned and who potentially might get banned and who doesn't?
Well, in the case of what we saw yesterday, which was a listing announcement from the Pentagon, it came without any fanfare or explanation. It is not altogether clear. But the U.S. government has been very carefully looking at Chinese companies for any sign of connection to China's military. And the concern is that these companies and businesses may be economically supporting the growth and development of China's military. China is seen as an adversary and rival of the U.S., so obviously that stirs national security concerns. But there is also the question of whether the one hand is washing the other, that the military is providing support to these companies too. So any sort of nexus or connection between the Chinese military and big Chinese businesses like the ones we just mentioned is of concern to the U.S. And this is not just from the Biden administration. The authority to carry this out for the Pentagon to create this listing, and there are now 134 companies from China that are on this list. It comes from then President Donald Trump, who in 2020 signed the executive order asking the Pentagon to start investigating these kinds of connections as a matter of national security.
So does that give us a preview of what happens in under 2 weeks when President-elect Trump once again takes office here in the U.S.? Does this decoupling continue?
Well, Tim, what we're seeing from Trump is really no let-up in the hawkish rhetoric toward China, and really the hawkish rhetoric when it comes to trade more broadly. But when it comes to China, he has singled out China as a major challenge. And guess what? So has his advisors. Senator Marco Rubio, in fact, when he was in the Senate, he is now on course to be confirmed as Trump's new Secretary of State once the administration takes office. Marco Rubio was one of the lawmakers who singled out CATL, this major battery supplier, as a potential threat to U.S. security. And then when we talk about Tencent, you may wonder why this large company that's largely devoted to gaming and entertainment would be highlighted by the U.S. government. Well, back in 2020, we all remember Trump attempting to ban TikTok, but guess what? Tencent's WeChat app was also a target of that ban. It was one of the other things that was going to be swept up in the prohibition that Trump signed before it was overturned by a court. So we really are seeing no change in the weather, and if anything, it might get a little frostier for China.
You know, I also wonder about how it gets kind of the implications for the United States. In this story put out by Bloomberg News, you know, it quotes the Singaporean former ambassador to the United Nations, who said if the U.S. tries to decouple from Chinese companies and their global reach, the U.S. is not just decoupling from China, it is decoupling from the rest of the world too. And I do wonder the implications for U.S. companies, their ability to access components that are needed, necessary, or also maybe at a cheaper price, and what that means for inflationary pressures here in the United States.
Well, Carol, this is a great question. It really is the existential one for the Biden administration now and the incoming Trump administration. Each has gotten a whole lot of pressure from the business community to, yes, be tough on China. We want to make sure that our intellectual property is protected and that fair trade practices are enforced and enshrined. But at the same time, please do not hamper too much our ability to do business with entities and companies in China, because guess what? American businesses depend on revenue from the world's second largest economy, especially the tech industry. It is intricately intertwined. Intel, NVIDIA, they all have relationships with China, sales in China that are critical. And Apple, we talked about Apple and the downgrade that I think you'll be discussing in a little bit. The question for Apple is also a big one. Now, Apple is also looking to move some production to India and other places, anticipating the potential blowback of an intensifying trade confrontation between the U.S. and China. But it is really hard to imagine the U.S. and China truly living without each other, given how their economies are intertwined. China, for its part, is also taking some measures to shore up its supply chains and to also move some production by its companies and businesses to third-party countries, to Mexico, to Vietnam, and to elsewhere, where there might not be as much pressure from the U.S., and there may be a way to avoid the tariffs and other restrictions. This list from the Pentagon does not include any sanctions, but it does discourage U.S. businesses from partnering up with any company that's on the list.
You know, and akin to this, there were some headlines earlier and really overnight. This came from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, who gave a keynote address in India and talked about investing $3 billion in the India cloud and in AI, and talking about training 10 million people in India in AI by 2030. So you are, you know, Tim, I feel like we are focusing more and more on India, and as some of the big tech companies and others focus on that market, maybe perhaps moving from China into an Indian focus.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Michael, I'm wondering about the Elon Musk effect here, and somebody such as Elon Musk, who was able to do something with Tesla in China that no other car manufacturer outside of China was able to do, and that's actually build a facility to manufacture its vehicles, foreign vehicles, in China without doing a joint venture with a Chinese company. That was a very big deal a few years ago. China accounts for a good portion of revenue. In 2023, it was $21 billion of the company's revenue out of $96 billion in revenue total. What is Elon Musk's influence here? What do investors need to understand about how he may come into play when talking to the president-elect about China?
Well, it's crucial for us to talk about Elon Musk in the context of this conversation, because Musk is a unique business person. Not only is the richest person in the world, with a net worth exceeding $400 billion, but he also has business interests that span the globe, especially in China. And he has mastered the art so far of playing both ends against the middle here. And he is trying to make sure also, with this proximity to Trump, that his business interests are protected. He wants to make sure that here at home, he sees a little bit less regulation over Tesla, over SpaceX, and other ventures. While abroad, he doesn't suffer too much pain in markets like China. We did see that Starlink, one of his subsidiaries, is also close to inking a deal with Italy. And this came not long after Donald Trump had met with the Prime Minister of Italy and tried to forge some sort of deal there. So we are seeing Elon Musk perhaps reap the fruits of this. But the pressure from the China hawks here in town will make it difficult for him and for his businesses. So there will be a lot of navigation for him to do. It will be interesting, and early in the administration, we will really want to watch for this. What will the first outreach between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping be like? How will they react to each other and try to work with each other? Remember, in January 2020, President Donald Trump managed to forge a trade agreement, this Phase 3 trade accord that we are still living with now and expecting China to do more to abide by.
Got to run. Covered a lot. Thank you, as always. Michael Shepard, Bloomberg News senior editor, joining us there in the nation's capital. Coming up next, we're going to talk about insurance, property, casualty. We're going to get into that with the president and CEO of Axis Capital. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the 10-year right now, 4.67%. Stocks getting hammered. Sell-off in bonds deepening amid speculation the Fed will not be cutting rates again before July amid inflation pressures. Stocks selling off, not just a Tuesday sell-off, but worst level of the afternoon right now. 39 minutes to go, and the S&P down 70, a drop there of 1.2%. The Dow down 246, down 0.6%. Nasdaq NASDAQ down 2% now, a drop of 385 points. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1.8%. 10-year 4.67%, with the 2-year 4.28%. Gold up $11 the ounce, up by about 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1%, 74.32 a barrel. Bitcoin now down 5.5%, 96,134 on Bitcoin. J.P. Morgan Chase is preparing to tell all of its employees to return to the office 5 days a week, ending a hybrid work option for thousands of staff and returning to the attendance policy that was in place before the pandemic. J.P. Morgan Chase up now by about 0.8%. Recapping stocks lower, with the S&P down 1.2%, the 10-year 4.67%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. Extreme weather throughout the U.S. this week. Carol, yes, you tweeted this photo this morning. I loved it.
It was so, I can't say freaking, but I'm going to say it.
Did.
It was so cold.
It was so cold.
Oh, my God. It was colder than Greenland. Can I put that out there?
Well, yeah, that's what you tweeted.
I did.
Yeah, I love that.
I was just layer upon layer and a big hat and you name it. It was just so cold.
Yeah, on days like this, I'm like, I hope my pipes don't freeze. That's what I think about.
Exactly.
It's kind of scary stuff. Insurance companies don't like that either.
No.
Our BN team reporting exceptionally powerful dry winds expected across Southern California this week. That's set to set wildfire risks skyrocketing in a region that's endured more than 8 months without significant rain. So you got fires, you got hurricanes, you got floods wreaking havoc on traditional insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you don't live in an area that's at risk, look no further than what's happened to your rates.
You and I talk about rates all the time.
Okay, so you add in risks from cyber attacks, pandemics, marine war, and more, and that's where specialty insurers such as Axis come in. Vince Tizio is president and CEO of Axis. It's a $7.3 billion market cap company. It offers specialty insurance around the world. He joins us from New York. Vince, you play sort of in all these areas that I mentioned, but the specialty is really specialty insurance. Talk a little bit about what your bread and butter is.
No doubt. Good afternoon. Good to be with you. You know, as a specialist insurer, we really fit the bill that comes to the consumer that isn't in the traditional landscape. Now, you detailed in your outset comments some of the natural catastrophe and weather-related risks. But as you mentioned as well, there's directors and officers and liability insurance. There's environmental. There's a whole host of products that are not uniquely covered by traditional package policies sought by commercial entities across the globe.
What would you say is the biggest segment for you when it comes to specialized insurance? Just to give our viewers and our listeners an understanding of the context here.
Yeah. So I think, broadly speaking, think about industries. First, the marine industry. Within the marine industry, it's not only about thinking about ships out in the water, it's also about how goods and services are transported on land, one example. Second example, energy. The energy sector, whether it be onshore or offshore. There's a variety of specialist insurance needs that are created, and we deliver products and solutions. You mentioned cyber, and gosh, cyber has taken its own form and shape and is now a separate product that we, like other specialists, underwrite and bring to consumers around the world. And then finally, there's those professional liability products, whether they're E&O based, errors and omissions, malpractice insurance, directors and officers liability insurance. Those are some of the core capabilities that we bring to the insurance marketplace and are really considered specialist offerings.
All right. So when, you really kind of cut across a bunch of different, I feel like, sectors, segments of the global economy. I was just looking at a story from Bloomberg that was back in about mid-December, and it pointed out you guys, among a couple of other insurers, that basically are providing credit risk insurance for the private arm of the World Bank as it looks to expand lending in emerging market economies. So help us understand from what you are seeing, first of all, is it getting more expensive to do that insurance? And I realize you play into a lot of different markets, but give us some color around that. And then what are you seeing in terms of what is going on in the global economy? Are there more risks out there? Is it getting more expensive for entities to insure it, and that means just kind of higher costs on their organizations or companies for that matter?
Yeah, Carol, credit insurance is a very niche specialist insurance offering. We provide it globally. And if you think about really what it's solving for is banks make loans to consumers around the world. They want those loans to be insured on some basis. They want to have alternative financing capabilities. Specialist insurers like ourselves provide that capability. When you think about that risk landscape and the origination of loans through the banks around the world, it's a different marketplace between Europe and the United States. And as a globalist in this capability, we're fit for purpose really to suit any of those different market dynamics.
All right, so good to know. So is there anything though from your point? Well, actually, let's pick apart some of the markets because I feel like we could talk to you for a long time because you do play into so much. You know, just kind of reading in and doing some research ahead of you joining us. You know, we saw that some underwriters are wary of cyber insurance given it's fairly new and could potentially clash with other risks. What would you say to investors to make them more comfortable with your company's cyber insurance book of business specifically?
Yeah. So first of all, it's the ability for insurers to identify how large that exposure is on their balance sheet, to recognize its interrelationship with other types of insurance that it provides. And so a company like Axis that is a specialist, it takes great care in how it brings its cyber product to the market, making certain that its other products really exclude exposures that would really relate to cyber. And I think additionally, this is a type of insurance that's relatively recent in the risk landscape. It's a $20-odd billion marketplace. There's lots of specialist participants. And the key consideration that consumers are facing when making this important coverage is, number one, whether or not the coverage is specific enough to their unique exposures. Secondly, can the insurance company absorb a loss from their company because of the concern that you raised? And then finally, do we have enough consultative expertise with that underwriting company to help the company mitigate their exposure to cyber?
What about when it comes to regional difference when it comes to cyber risk? For example, pricing outside the U.S. versus pricing domestically here in the U.S. Help us understand how underwriters do that.
Yeah, so Tim, it's a very different risk landscape around the world and made more complex by the size and the industry of the consumer. And so broadly speaking, the United States has a more developed marketplace with respect to the purchase of cyber. There are many more tools that allow underwriters insights around the risk landscape here in North America. In Europe, there are any number of regulatory imperatives that are thrusted upon companies to be able to show their wherewithal. And in the United States, most recently, the SEC has also promulgated certain new regulations on the disclosure side. And so the risk landscape is varied, but I think more notably, depending upon the industry that you're in, the size of your company, your cyber risk varies greatly.
All right, risk insurance, as you said, can vary greatly. I got to tell you, one of the topics that we heard folks in the newsroom, Tim and I talked a lot about, was property insurance generally. I want to ask you, though, about property reinsurance. You guys recently stepped back from what's become pretty much a volatile business, like the property reinsurance business, right before that market saw dramatic price increases. How do you feel about that decision a few years removed?
Yeah, we feel very good, Carol.
You do?
Our decision, yeah, we do. Let me tell you why. So when we were making the decision, we made a decision that was grounded in what our risk profile was. Frankly, we liked the bet of making a property risk on an individual insured basis, looking at the risk in total, as opposed to a subscription, which is the approach that we underwrote on the reinsurance side. Now, I would just point out that the property business at Axis is a very substantial business. It's highly accretive, and we think it's a distinct value proposition. And so our choice in removing ourselves from the property cat market was less about whether the market would be good or bad, and more a statement around how we wanted to be understood by our investors.
So, no regrets at all. You're happy with the decision?
We are, and we think our 2024 financials should encourage our shareholders on the bet that we made.
Okay, talking a little bit about reinsurance and portfolio, loss portfolio transfer reinsurance. You guys recently announced this loss portfolio transfer reinsurance agreement. Explain what that exactly is and why your company would want to do it.
Sure, Tim. So Axis is a 20-odd-year-old company. It has reserves that are essentially monies to pay future liabilities over $10 billion. And so we're an underwriting company that has a leaning toward the insurance business. And when we looked at our risk profile, profile, we found that our reserve pool in our reinsurance business was a little bit more than half. And we found that the portfolio really wasn't right-sized to the kinds of risks that we're writing today. And so what we wanted to do was bring balance to the revenue recognition on the front end of our company, which is 75% insurance, 25-odd% reinsurance, and we wanted to bring the same to our balance sheet on the reserves. And so, as you know, we engaged in a transaction with a company called Enstar, where we essentially transferred our reserves to this third party and retained 25% of the risk thereafter. That's essentially what we did and why we did it.
So, you know, we are talking a lot, Vince, as you might guess, about the upcoming earnings season. You guys report towards the end of the month. I believe it's January 29th, just looking at my Bloomberg. I know there's certain things you can and can't say, but when you look at the business environment, you guys had a great year in terms of your share price, up about 60% in 2024. How are you thinking about this year with the new administration, with a lot of talk about maybe less regulatory oversight over some industries? And I'm just curious about the impact of that and just how you're looking at the year where a lot of folks come in, investment folks, or even heads of companies like yourself are saying too many questions still out there. We're going to have to wait and see how some things play out.
So we think that the risk landscape is fairly dynamic. We took a number of actions in our company last year, really positioning us for this changing insurance market that has been spoken about. What we don't think will change is, number one, the risk landscape will remain challenging. You mentioned at the outset around property insurance and the natural catastrophe events. We don't think that that's going to change. Some $136 billion of damages in 2024. Secondly, directors and officers liability insurance. Directors and officers of public and private companies are facing increasing severity associated with how they discharge their duties. You have a backdrop of 8% increase in bankruptcy rate filings in 2024, I think nearing the levels of the financial pandemic. And then finally, you speak about exposures like cyber, energy, and marine that are critically important to commerce generally around the world. And we have a number of solutions to meet those expectations. So net, we think it's an environment that will be challenging. We think we have a number of products to meet the needs of our diverse global customer base, and we stand ready to bring our capital to bear to meet those needs.
Vince, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. Really do appreciate it. That's Vince Tizio, President and CEO over at Axis, $7.3 billion market cap company. They offer specialty insurance around the world.
A great snapshot of the industry. Stock just down about a hair, just down about 0.1%. Little change on the day. Hey, coming up, folks, we've got about 26 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day. We're going to talk about that, get an ETF perspective on the trade. That's coming up right here on Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The stock rout is deepening. We are very close to session lows. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are under pressure, helped by ISM data and a 6% drop in NVIDIA. The Dow is currently down 220 points. S&P is down 72, while NASDAQ is off by 2%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.68%. Gold and oil are in the green, but Bitcoin, that's sinking by 5.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only healthcare and energy are in the green. Consumer discretionary and tech led to the downside. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, J&J and Chevron, while NVIDIA fell 6%. In the AI space, Anthropic is in talks to raise $2 billion at a $60 billion valuation, and Trump announced a $20 billion investment in new data centers. Wrapping things up, traders are no longer fully pricing in a Fed rate cut before July. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Wow.
Wow, what?
Time flies when you're having fun, they say.
We are having fun, aren't we?
We are having fun, yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
You know what's not having fun?
What's not having
Tech
fun?
stocks.
Yeah.
Taking a real hit today.
Yeah.
And look, don't
Come on,
look.
perspective.
Exactly. Thank you.
Everything doesn't go up, everybody.
Not every
Always,
single day.
Forever.
NASDAQ 100 down about 1.8% right now. This is Sylvia Jablonski's world. She also joins us on days where markets move higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, no, right.
And that's what they were doing earlier in the session, to be fair.
We let her come on anytime.
We do. Let's drive to the close with Sylvia Jablonski. She's CEO and CIO over at Defiance ETFs. They've got about $4 billion in assets under management. Sylvia, good to have you on the program as always. For people who don't know, Defiance ETFs, you've got thematic ETFs. They follow industries like travel, leveraged ETFs, which provide leverage exposure to companies such as MicroStrategy, Broadcom, and even commodities such as uranium. You've got income ETFs as well. Joining us from New York this afternoon, where would you say in your business the biggest area of growth is?
Thanks for having me, and I actually prefer being on when the markets are up because everybody's happy. But
hey, maybe if you're maybe if you have one of those like leveraged short ETFs for one of those companies that's lower today that you guys offer, then you're fine.
Exactly, totally. We've definitely got one of those. I would say, the biggest point of interest this year has actually been in quantum computing.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had a quantum ETF since 2018, and I would just say that, a whole lot of people maybe didn't pay attention to it or didn't know about it or weren't fully invested in the theme. And last year, when you had that ChatGPT moment from Microsoft and, all sorts of funds went to AI-related funds, we were kind of on the sidelines, and we knew it was just a matter of time before, the connection was made that you actually need quantum computers, supercomputers to process all of this vast data that we're going to use to have AI actually, work and come to fruition. And so that ETF went from, being like a $100 million fund for a long time to close to $1 billion in assets. And it's just been like wildly interesting for retail and institutions this year.
That's what I wanted to ask you. I mean, as you said, you can, very specific trades. Where is the money flowing in? And I want to ask you, especially kind of since the election, since the new year, where's the money flowing in? Where's it flowing out?
Yeah, I think that, since the election, there's just been this shift to risk on. I mean, we had, 2024 was really a great year. I know that not the entire market participated, but if you had broad-based market exposure, which most people do, you did pretty well, right? You're up in the mid 20% or more in some of the ETFs you had and things like that. And so the consumer remains healthy. We have an economy that's probably still going to grow somewhere around 2 to 3%. Eventually rates will come down, inflation will be under control. And so when you have rates coming down, you usually see double-digit returns in those years in the market. And so I would just say broadly that I think it's going to be a risk-on market. They also, investors like the idea of a new president coming in that is going to be, kind of like low on business regulations, supportive of markets and things like that. And so I just think that the market is just poised to have a good year this year. And so the flows will go, I think, to quantum computing stocks, like AI power.
I have to jump in because I'm not sure if you got the day's memo, but the economic news today now has people thinking, or traders investing, that we're not going to get maybe a rate cut, and it'll be maybe a little bit more than a point is what traders are, pricing in now come July. So maybe it's not a lower rate environment or as much lower as everybody was anticipating, because you sound pretty upbeat. If we don't have that, how does that, outlook change?
Great question. And I think, I would still argue that we are in a lower rate environment. Rates haven't come down all that much, but they're going downward directionally, right? We're not expecting to have rate hikes. We're not expecting the Fed to kind of change course. And the market has now kind of, accepted this, right? Because economic data is pretty good. I think that it's a sweet spot, honestly. I think that, we avoided this recession. The Fed cut a little bit. We're going to get another cut. We're not going to get rate hikes this year. The market has kind of accepted that. And then behind the scenes, you have excellent corporate earnings. You have these quality companies that continue to grow. Again,
but they're not growing as fast. And again, I'm just curious if inflation...
Yeah, not growing as fast, but, not growing as fast. But I think that, maybe if we don't get 25% this year, I think that the market would be okay with 10 to 15%, right? And then you have some high flyers, and those would be those kind of like thematic that we talked about, the quantum and AI stuff. But I still think you're going to have low to mid double-digit returns in the broad-based indices this year.
So let me go back to, I know you were saying where you think things are going to flow, like quantum and so on and so forth, but where have they been flowing in and out? Give me an idea. You guys obviously can track the data, I'm sure on a kind of daily basis. So where has money been flowing in? Where has money been flowing out?
Yeah, and so we've seen, just on our side, we've seen some shift from Mag 7 to quantum to AI to crypto. We've definitely seen a lot of flows into names like MicroStrategy, which I think, represent the crypto trade. I think the entire market has seen more flows in terms of, breadth expansion. So for example, the XMAG, so the other 493 stocks, like whether that's through the XMAG ETF or whether that's through the next top 7 stocks, like, kind of like the Broadcom, the Lillys, the Berkshire Hathaways of the world and things like this. So I think you have a combination of investors kind of cherry picking like the ideas that they're going to support in terms of like innovation. And I think, maybe some of the Mag 7, there's some fear that they could be overvalued. So, broaden that out a little bit.
So you guys are seeing as of late, whether it's post-election and kind of continuing into the new year, you're seeing more money maybe move into something like, or you are into the Defiance XMAG ETF?
Yeah, we've seen more flows into XMAG. The highest amount of flows that we've seen are in MicroStrategy, right? So that crypto trade remains alive and well for us. Second most would be quantum, and then XMAG. Broadcom is another big one that we've seen flows into. So they're kind of sitting there. And I think if you look at the other ETFs too, you have seen a lot of flow into the AI machine learning stuff, less so into some of the Mag 7 types of ETF products too. So you're seeing a little bit of diversification that way.
When I was looking at your website earlier this morning preparing for this, at the ETFs, I was surprised I didn't see an NVIDIA leveraged ETF. Why not?
Yeah. Someone got there before us.
Okay. So it doesn't make sense.
We would have one if a bunch of other people did it, but yeah.
So from a business perspective, it doesn't make sense to offer something that anyone else offers in your business. It has to be different.
I think that there are, in the ETF world, like first mover usually gains a lot of leverage, and then maybe you get a second and third that can pick up a little bit. But at this point, there are many issuers that have different NVIDIA ETFs out there, single stocks or otherwise. And so, I think that we probably wouldn't launch the same thing. Not to say that we, aren't going to come up with something that has to do with NVIDIA, but kind of the classic single stock ETF trade is just tough to compete.
Totally get it. Hey, thank you so much. I love the specificity. Sylvia, be well. Happy New Year, by the way. Sylvia Jablonski, she's CEO and CIO over at Defiance ETFs. They've got about $4 billion in assets under management. All right, folks, we're just about 10 minutes away from the closing bell here, Tim.
And then what are we doing next?
Closing the market?
Yes. There we go.
And talking Apple after the close.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed, everybody. Just under 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Tuesday, January 7th. And we're just bouncing around the worst levels of the session, just off. But as we just heard from Charlie, we are still down about 1.8% on the NASDAQ 100. And we're looking at about a 1% decline on the S&P 500. So very different tone. We talk equities, but it's really so much about the move up in rates once again on some economic data out of the services sector, which also showed a prices component that showed inflationary pressures. And so, again, a rethink about what the Fed does or doesn't do when it comes to cutting rates this year. We're going to talk about it with our TV colleagues in just a moment. But first up, we like to take a look at some of the most read stories on the Bloomberg and what's top of mind. And what are you thinking about?
This Nick Wadham story, everybody's talking about it. Charlie Pellet mentioned it to us a little earlier in the studio. It's got a great headline. Trump's Panama-Greenland threat signal unchained second term. I'm going to lay it out for people if they didn't watch the whole press conference. I wasn't able to do it because we were on Bloomberg Crypto.
I watched little pieces
he was
of
going,
it. It was a long press conference.
He was going. He started the press conference. Ed Ludlow interviewed NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. And then
a long interview.
We did
a
Bloomberg
great one,
Crypto.
But a long one.
I got off Bloomberg Crypto. He was still doing the press conference. So in case you missed any of it, in the space of an hour, President-elect Donald Trump called for absorbing Canada, declined to rule out using military force to seize the Panama Canal in Greenland, demanded NATO allies spend 5% of GDP on defense, and vowed, quote, all hell would break loose in the Middle East if Hamas doesn't release Israeli hostages before he takes office.
Did you also say how he promises to rename? Did you say this?
I didn't say that, no.
Oh, he wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. The quote was, that press conference from Mar-a-Lago, what a beautiful name, and it's appropriate.
Okay. He didn't explain how any of these improbable...
I'm getting choked up because it's...
She's going to take a sip of water. He didn't explain how any of these improbable pledges would come to pass beyond threatening to impose tariffs on nations, including Denmark, that don't cooperate. But the rambling session erased any doubt that Trump plans to take foreign policy to new precedent-shattering levels when he takes office in less than 2 weeks.
Listen, you know what's interesting, and I think one of the things we're trying to figure out is what exactly does a Trump second White House look like? And for those of us who were covering Donald Trump during the first term around, we really had to follow very closely these press conferences. Bill Maloney was just in here talking about the markets, and there are comments that are being made in these press conferences that definitely impact either sectors or stocks in particular. So these are things that we continue to watch and listen for because you just never know what's going to come out in terms of foreign policy, in terms of business policy, in terms of market policy.
Look, I'm not going to totally give away all the questions that I have for Dave Barry, who's the president and CEO of Pursuit. We're going to be speaking to him at 4:40 today, I believe.
Nice.
Yeah, 4:40.
4:40.
He runs a company that has attractions in Banff, Canada.
Yeah.
And I'm like thinking to myself, if you have a company that has assets in Canada, you do business across the board, like how do you look at a press conference like today and plan for the next couple of years if you think there could be, you know, if you think people are going to take him seriously?
Yeah, exactly, right? And you've got to, you know, whether you run a company, whether you run Pursuit, whether you run a travel agency, whether you, what have you, if you're managing money, you've got to kind of figure out what among is said at press conferences, what was said on the campaign trail, what ultimately becomes policy that impacts your sector. It's interesting, I'm just looking at Nick Wadham's story. It says, you know, the rhetoric all fits with a far more emboldened stance to say and do almost whatever he wants given the mandate he believes he received for a second term after winning both the popular and electoral votes. Safe to say, Americans voted him in, a majority of Americans, both in terms of the popular vote and then ultimately what we saw play out in the Electoral College. And so he's thinking about his mandate and carrying through. But, you know, there's things you say and then there's things in reality, whether or not you can do it through executive order or whether you need Congress to get it through. What?
I don't know. What happens to our neighbors if Canada becomes the 51st state? And how many electoral votes do they get?
I don't know.
That might be worrisome for Republicans in the congressional map. You're looking at me like
no, I know,
I'm crazy,
I know.
but he said he wants it to be the 51st state.
With all the real conflict in the world, serious conflict that many folks would like to see put to an end, you have to wonder about, you know, kind of working with our neighbors and having a relationship. Anyway, we're going to put that aside. Right now, we're going to talk about the markets. Head over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
Closing bell Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele. We're taking you to that closing bell with the global simulcast, and it starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol and Tim in the radio booth as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms to parse the most crucial moments of the day. And Carol, I think I've said this a few times over the last few weeks. A big turnaround from what we saw yesterday.
Unbelievable. I mean, the equity trade, and I'm also kind of obsessed, and I can't tell if you're getting a little bit of a cold and worn out by what we continue to see in the volatility in the Treasury traded narrative, right? We've got yields moving up. We had an auction today, 10-year auction, but we also had some service sector economic data that showed some price pressures. And so once again, we're thinking about higher rates and less Fed action in 2025.
Yeah, so perhaps it's fair to say the crucial moment of the tech day, or the crucial moment of the day today, the trading day, was 10 o'clock when we got those JOLTS numbers and the ISM Services Index, and we saw investors get concerned about inflation not going back down to the Fed's target. And, you know, I guess everyone now looks to Friday for what we get with the jobs report to see if that offers any insight into just what the economy is looking like.
Yeah, right now, good news is being seen as bad news for markets. Let's not forget, too, we got a reminder of the volatility we can expect after January 20th when President-elect Trump held a news conference and talked about absorbing Canada, seizing the Panama Canal in Greenland, and renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
I do want to go back, though, to the ISM services, because I understand it looked really good, but digging in between, there were a lot of concerns about tariffs, and the rising prices in that was also a little bit worrisome as well. It doesn't feel like it's all clear on that end.
Yeah, I'm glad you went back there, because I think that really rattled a lot of folks. And I mean, obviously, one report does not sort of make a trend, but again, the trend was supposed to be in the opposite direction. And just a quick reminder, we are expected to get earnings after the bell from Cal-Maine, an egg producer. Remember eggs? That was all the talk during the election here. Eggs are expensive. My wife was just complaining about that last week. Take a look across the screen here, and it is red across the board. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 178 points here on the day, or roughly about 0.4%. And believe it or not, that's actually your outperformer on the day. The S&P down 1.1%, the NASDAQ Composite down 1.9%, the Russell 2000 down 0.7% here on this Tuesday afternoon, Carol.
All right, taking a look, you got it, Romaine. Taking a look at the S&P 500, you had more names to the downside, 295 losing ground on this Tuesday. Scarlett, 206 to the upside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP, which shows the breakdown by sectors. A lot of red there on the screen. 11 sectors overall, only 2 finishing in the green. Energy stocks gaining more than 1%. Healthcare also eking out a gain of 0.6%. As for the worst decliners, those are all in the tech space. Infotech itself losing 2.4%. Consumer discretionary, which includes Tesla, down more than 2%, and communication services off by 1%.
All right, guys, to the individual gainers, and really strongly in the green column, Moderna. This is your #1 gainer in the S&P 500, up just shy of 12%. This is after the first bird flu death was reported in the United States. Moderna and other vaccine makers in general gaining some ground today. Moderna, by the way, is one of the few drug makers currently developing a vaccine for the HFNY bird flu, which is, as we said, spreading rapidly through farms and wild animals in North America. And again, the first death reported in the United States. Micron Technology, I got to say, the NVIDIA effect, helping out some stocks, if not helping NVIDIA itself today. And Micron is one of them. We're going to talk NVIDIA from Tim in just a moment. But Micron Technology, again, a top gainer in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, up as much as 7.5% at its highs today, finishing the day up 2.7%. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang saying Micron is providing memory chips for its new GPUs, so that gave a boost to that name. And along those lines, Aurora Innovation, at one point it's been a meme stock. There's been lots of questions. This one, though, at its highs today, up 51%, finishing the day with a 29% gain. It's about a $15 billion market cap, maker of self-driving technology, soaring to a record. The self-driving tech company partnering with Continental and NVIDIA to deploy driverless trucks at scale. So that one getting a boost. So now to NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA is the story today. I mean, shares actually hit an intraday record earlier in the session, but then fell and pulled the markets down with it. 6.2% to the downside today. A wide-ranging product presentation by Jensen Huang failed to propel the AI chipmaker to new heights. following that. NVIDIA's latest announcement has given an upbeat view of the company's long-range prospects. However, there wasn't as much near-term upside as some investors had sought.
I thought it was interesting, though, Tim. I mean, you look at some of the other presentations that came out of CES and the market reactions there, like Mobileye, of course, taking a huge leg down after its executive presentation. But then a few other companies that I think would benefit from whatever the heck Jensen Huang said, they all rallied on the day.
Yeah, Carol had plenty of gainers today as a result of what we heard from NVIDIA. Look, shares were already higher by more than 10% this year going into today. So, look, you know, shares have been higher by triple digits over the last 2 years. So this is a company that has gone high very, very quickly. Still 6.2% decline. It's the most going all the way back to September in terms of a single day decline. I do want to talk about shares of Apple. They fell as MoffettNathanson downgraded the company to sell, citing high valuation, antitrust overhang, and a weakening position in China. Shares down more than 1% today. The firm did set a price target of $188, which before today's open implied a 23% decrease. Ooh. Bloomberg tracks more than 50 analysts who cover Apple. Only 4 have sell or underweight ratings. And in just a few minutes, we're going to be speaking to Craig Moffett. He's standing by. He's going to give us more on why the downgrade and also some of his stock picks.
He's standing right next to you right now?
I see him on the screen. Waiting to come on.
He's stealing viewers there.
Maybe you want to take some cold medicine, Romaine.
Oh, he's on it. He's on it. Trust me.
All right. You got to get the good stuff behind the counter, Romaine. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I have
okay,
a sign.
Tesla. Do I have time for Tesla, guys?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
Sorry. I want to check in on shares of Tesla. They fell. B of A cut its rating to
let
neutral.
them finish. You can't interrupt these people. Don't do that on the show.
Lower today. Alex can, you know, it's fine. Alex has got to do yields. That's the real story today.
I mean, I was just saying, usually I'm like, it's boring, move on. But today it was actually really...
I'm going to let you go, Alex.
Okay. It was just a really big deal in the bond market. Yields are really moving, particularly on the back end. You had the strong JOLTS number, you had the strong ISM services, but then you got that 10-year auction, and it was bad. It was not good. Bid to cover was weak. You had indirect bidders weak. It was pretty brutal. And then tomorrow you get that 30-year coming in, about $30 billion auction coming in. Now, I was talking to Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist. 4.7, that's his thing. 4.7 on the 10-year. We are right there. He says positioning-wise, that could be pretty brutal, and you could see some selling really pick up after that. So watch that level. See? Sorry.
All right, guys, we are getting some earnings out of Cal-Maine, of course, the largest publicly traded egg producer in the United States. Net sales coming in at about $954 million and change. The street was looking for $751, so a big beat on the revenue side and a big beat on EPS, $4.47 a share. The street was looking on average for about $4.05 a share. You have to dig through this release, but it's really no real mystery here why the results are as good as they were. Prices for eggs have been going up, partly because of supply issues, partly because of bird flu. Net sales up 82% year over year.
Yeah, the company is saying that our results also reflect higher market prices, which have continued to rise this fiscal year as supply levels of shell eggs have been restricted due to recent outbreaks of highly pathogenic avian influenza. The company did go on to say that there's been robust demand for eggs, resulting in significant increase in dozens sold for the quarter.
And here's your number: 58% net average selling price for a dozen of eggs. Cal-Maine is reporting year over year, 58%.
Ouch. Well, we all feel it, right, when we go shopping. Hey, you know what, though? You can get kind of cheaply or less expensive. How about some used luxury high-end watches?
Oh, yeah, let's buy them by the dozen. Let's go buy them by the dozen.
Rolex Patek Philippe, what are they? Falling to a 3-year low prices here in 2024. Actually, last year, I should say.
The Bloomberg Subdial Watch Index, yeah, it's a thing. We track watch prices. It tracks prices for the 50 most traded models by transaction value. It declined nearly 6% last year to its lowest price since 2021. Rolex models dropped 5%. Patek Philippe dropped 4%. Audemars Piguet prices lost about 7.5% in the used market.
But you know which watches held their value the best? Cartier, only down 1/3 of 1%.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What about Swatch? Asking for a friend.
No, they had the Swatch has the moon watches. They're super expensive and they're really hard to get. But this is actually a really good wealth indicator because these watches hold their value. So if those prices go down, that actually winds up meaning something.
That and Chanel bags and Birkin bags.
You know who can use these watches, guys? Folks that have to kind of head back to work down the street from us.
I feel like this is...
Nice. JP Morgan is telling everyone to go back to the office 5 days a week. Forget about the hybrid work option. They want everyone in. Previously, managing directors were required to be in 5 days a week, but now we're talking about everyone. And we know Jamie Dimon has been on this, right? He's been pushing for everyone to get back into the office because everyone works better. And, you know, once one bank does this, everyone else kind of, you know, cracks the whip and says, we're all back.
Do they work better? Because I've heard this narrative from all these companies saying that everything works better, but then we've gone through this stretch since the pandemic of these companies posting record profits, record jumps in revenue growth. So,
But they could do even better.
oh, Scarlett, you would make a great CEO of a big corporate, faceless
I
corporation.
just wonder how long it's going to take for JP Morgan, Bank of America, well, to get like the headlines that cross 5 days a week in the office.
All right. Well, this may come up on that earnings call at JP Morgan, right? That's going to happen in a couple of weeks. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow for the closing bell.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. Yes, indeed. This is Bloomberg Business Week. I want to talk a little bit about Apple. Apple shares have had a challenging start to 2025. Investors fretting over weakness in the critical Chinese market. The shares falling for 5 straight sessions before Monday's bounce in the longest losing streak since April. They've been pressured by China's smartphone data, which analysts said pointed to weaker iPhone shipments, and a Reuters report that Apple is offering discounts in China. A lot going on. Noticing it all and weighing in, MoffettNathanson, which today downgraded the iPhone maker to sell, citing high valuation, antitrust overhang, and weakening position in China. The firm setting a price target of $188 a share, which before today's open implied a 23% decrease. Craig Moffett, founding partner and senior analyst at MoffettNathanson, joining us in New York City. Craig, so great to have you here with us. We kind of laid out what your call was all about, but walk us through a little bit more deeply the specifics around that downgrade, because not a lot of people do sell ratings, especially on a name like Apple.
You're right. Hi, Carol. It's good. Thank you for having me. I think you put it right. This is largely a valuation call. So I want to be clear. Apple, we wouldn't argue with anyone who says Apple is a great company. We think that their AI strategy is a very sound strategy. I love the appeal of the fact that Apple has a low capital intensity approach to AI, that they have the trust of customers, and on and on. They have a lot of advantages. No one would dispute that. But it's trading at 33.5 times earnings. And one way to think about it is just think about the PEG ratio, if you will, the ratio of growth rate to of the multiple to growth rate. It's trading at a PEG ratio north of 3. The rest of the Mag 7 trades at a PEG ratio of around 2. So you're talking about a 50% premium even to the peers within the Mag 7. That just doesn't make sense given what are some very material risks. And you mentioned some of them. China is a very real risk, not just because the Chinese government, for obvious reasons, is going to be disinclined to allow Western language models in China. So you're going to have a domestic partner and share economics with them, but also because the Chinese handset competitors have gotten much stronger. Another risk that is not discounted in the stock price at all is the antitrust risk. And here I'm not talking about the antitrust risk in the cases against Apple, although there are plenty of them. The real antitrust risk that's very proximate is the risk in the Google case. Where
Explain that risk to Apple. How is Apple at risk?
Because 25% of Apple's operating income comes from payments from Google. And the judge in the Google case has specifically said those payments are illegal. Now, you can imagine that there are outcomes where they still pay some or all of that, but you can't pretend that there's no risk at all when the judge has already said that Google is guilty and the payments they make to Apple are illegal. I mean, that's 25% of Apple's operating income. It's $25 billion a year. So and so the point we were making in this morning's downgrade, and again, I love Apple just as much as everybody else, but there are very real risks that are simply not appropriately discounted in the multiple that Apple is being awarded right now in the market.
I want to zero in on the China risk and what exactly is because this is a story we've been talking about for years at this point, Craig. Like concern that Chinese consumers are not going to buy as many Apple devices as they have previously. Switching costs are pretty switching barriers are pretty low in China because of these, over-the-top third-party apps. People don't get locked into the iOS ecosystem like they do in other countries because of WeChat, et cetera. What's going on in China in your view?
Well, I think the biggest thing that's going on in China is that the other handset manufacturers, Huawei and Honor and so on, have gotten much better. If you went back to the last big iPhone cycle, which was the 5G cycle in circa 2021, the Apple competitors at the time were significantly weaker than they are today. And interestingly, Huawei in particular, because the government of the U.S. Put sanctions on Huawei and limited Huawei's access to chipsets and that sort of thing. Huawei has had to sort of reinvent itself with domestic technology, and they've done a really good job. The handsets that they make are now fully competitive. They are not a replacement for Apple. I'm not suggesting that they are, but they have a really competitive offering. And so the market share opportunity for Apple is simply not what it was in the last big cycle. But you also have this time the government's thumb on the scales. And there's a couple of ways for that. One is, as I said, you're simply not going to have the Chinese Communist Party saying it is acceptable to have Western LLMs answering questions like what happened at Tiananmen Square. So you're going to have domestic partners in order to be able to offer AI. And that means a different margin structure and what have you. You also have a very real risk from tariffs. And it's not just, in fact, not even primarily, that Apple itself imports almost all of its components and, in fact, today it imports all of its handsets mostly from China because they're assembled there. Even if they are exempted, as they were during the last Trump administration, you have the risk of retaliatory tariffs in response to American tariffs that could be related to the auto market or completely unrelated categories, but where foreign governments respond by putting tariffs on a company that is obviously quite highly identified with the U.S. So again, I don't want to suggest that any of these risks are base case risks. It's not like there's a 60 or 70% chance that any one of them will happen. But if you have all of these potential risks, all of which shouldn't be described as sort of tail risks, these are really real possibilities in all of these cases that there are negative outcomes. And they ought to be reflected in the multiple of the stock with a more sober multiple, and they simply are not.
Craig, are Apple devices not seen as having the same allure to the Chinese consumer as they once did?
I don't know that that's the case. There are still Apple is still a brand with real cachet in China. But remember, you now have Huawei introduced a trifold phone, for example, where you have Samsung devices that have had foldable screens for a long time coming in from Korea. So the gap between Apple and its competitors is not what it once was. There's simply no way to argue that that's not the case.
Your report, pundits who have watched Apple stock grind higher over the last several months have shrugged off the appreciation as a melt up on no news, but that's not quite right. And there has been a lot of news, right? It's just all been bad. Why the melt up then? Why does everybody, I don't know, maybe it's a stupid question, but why does everybody continue to chase it and send it higher when there are some real threats in terms of, as you said, the DOJ case against Google that would really take out a big chunk of kind of the financial or the balance sheet, right, of that company, of Apple specifically. So why does everybody kind of continue to support it? Why do they chase it? Why is there the melt up?
It's a great question. Now, first, I should be clear, although the stock has climbed higher and higher over the last few months, it's only traded in line with the market. So to some degree, this is an indictment of the way the market overall is pricing equities right now. particularly in the face of rising interest rates and therefore appropriately higher discount rates. But I suspect, Carol, that the real issue here is that there is this narrative that Apple is the quote-unquote safe choice among the Mag 7, and that it is such a strong consumer brand, has such an unassailable franchise, that it's the safe place to be. And while that's absolutely true operationally, it's not a safe place to be if it's trading at 33 times earnings. It's a safe place to be if it's appropriately valued. But if it's already being awarded an extraordinarily high multiple, there's nothing safe about that, even if it is a very strong business model.
So if it gets down to 188, that's your price target, do you change your rating? And do you say, okay, now you can come in and buy? Or do you kind of still wait and see?
Well, we would certainly say at that, what you want to get to is you want to get to a price where it's fairly valued. And if it gets below that, then there's actually an opportunity to buy it. Okay. And I certainly wouldn't argue that Apple doesn't deserve an attractive valuation. It's a great company. It's just that when you start to get to 33 times earnings, and again, a PEG ratio of north of 3, what that implies is that the market has already priced in an enormous amount of potential good news. And so you'd have to see something quite extraordinary to be able to say that over the next, call it 1, 2, 3 years, that the stock can actually deliver attractive returns given this starting point.
Okay, Craig, while we have you, you don't just cover Apple, you also cover Comcast, EchoStar, Charter, Altice, Verizon, and more. Charter Communications, it's your top pick for 2025, despite cord cutting accelerating, despite what's happening to pay TV. Why is it your top pick?
You know, it's funny. In some ways, it is the exact antithesis of what we were just talking about with Apple. Charter and the cable stocks have been given up for dead, and so they're extraordinarily attractive valuations. A company like Charter, remember, Charter was one of the best performing stocks in the S&P for a decade. It was up 23-fold, I think, over a decade. When it was buying back a ton of stock and had a really attractive levered equity return strategy. They suspended that strategy for a while in order to invest really aggressively in rural build-outs. And the market has seen the free cash flow yield go down during that capital investment cycle. You could argue that those are actually pretty good investments, but the market hasn't found them as exciting as the old strategy of buying back stock. Well, they've already said they're largely getting to the end of that strategy, and so they will, as CapEx starts to come down, they're going to resume their stock buybacks in a very big way. And it's a company that we see growing in the low to mid single digits, not sexy, but by the way, that's what Apple is growing as well. But growing in the low single digits, but it's priced for negative perpetual growth. And by our 2028 free cash flow estimate, we have this thing trading at a something like 33% free cash flow yield on 2028. That's an absurd valuation, and so I just think it's way too cheap and a really exciting opportunity at this price.
Hey, Craig, just one last question. You know, it's funny, coming off the Golden Globes, I was kind of like, oh my God, it's just content coming from just all these different places and streaming and regular TV. It's just kind of nuts. But I am curious, as we look at where content's coming, and in particular streaming, other than Netflix, do you think the legacy media companies can navigate the change towards streaming in a clear way? And unfortunately, just got about 45 seconds.
Well, it depends what you mean by can they navigate it. Will they survive? Of course. Will it ever be as good a business as the old legacy cable network business was in its heyday? No, it's just not going to be as attractive a business because it's so much easier for customers to churn. That creates a less attractive revenue profile, a less attractive cost profile. But you will still have winners, and they may not be winners on the scale of Netflix, but Disney is still going to be all right in the streaming business. Again, it's just not going to be as good as the business that they are leaving behind.
Thank you so much. Really, really enjoyed this.
My pleasure.
And Happy New Year to you. Really appreciate it. Craig Moffett, founding partner and senior analyst over at Moffett Nathanson, joining us right here in New York City. If you missed any of it, be sure to check out our podcast feed a little bit later on. You can find it at Bloomberg.com or on the Bloomberg. Great stuff.
Great stuff. Hey, let's head on over to Charlie Pellet because he's been watching all the news happening in after hours and what happened in today's trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Tim. We are brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. That's for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Stocks lower across the board. Stocks got hammered today as a sell-off in the world's biggest bond market deepened on speculation the Fed will not be cutting rates before July amid inflation risks. S&P 500 index down 66, ending the day at 5909, a drop today of 1.1%. The Dow down 178, decline of 0.4%. Nasdaq down 375, a decline of 1.9%. 10-year 4.68% with the 2-year currently yielding 4.29%. Spot gold up $13 the ounce. Gold up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 74.25 a barrel. Bitcoin at 96,902, down today by 4.7%. Back to work at J.P. Morgan Chase. It is preparing to tell all of its employees to return to the office 5 days a week, ending a hybrid work option for thousands of staff and returning to the attendance policy that was in place before the pandemic. J.P. Morgan Chase up today on a down day for the rest of the market. JPM up by 1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, big news out of Meta Platforms today. The company's going to end third-party fact-checking on its social media platforms in the U.S., letting users comment on post accuracy with a community notes system that it said it will promote free expression.
What could go wrong?
Look over to X, formerly known as Twitter, for example. A lot of questions around this.
Some
namely,
people say what could go wrong.
Well, okay, there are a lot of questions around this.
Yes.
Political questions, what
Yes.
it's doing ahead of the next administration in the wake of yesterday's announcements with the board and new folks in public policy, but also what it's going to do to engagement. And the reason I'm talking about engagement is because that's what's at the core of Meta Platforms' business model. Using the services, we use them, then the services know who we are, they learn who we are. Advertisers can better target ads to us. It's data, it's algorithms, it's big data. That's the currency.
Yeah, this is Sandra Matz's business and her world. She's Associate Professor of Business at Columbia Business School, the author of a new book out today, Mind Masters, The Data-Driven Science of Predicting and Changing Human Behavior. She joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I'm so glad to have you here with us. Welcome. Happy New Year. Before we get into the book, I mean, when you hear this development from Meta Platforms, I don't know, what's your reaction and what confidence do you have that we don't have a lot of misinformation and some problems as a result out of this?
I mean, I think I share your concerns of getting rid of content moderation because, right, I think we've seen over the last couple of years what happens with misinformation. And just frankly, I think misinformation is just such a small piece of the entire puzzle because a lot of the information that's out there is not necessarily fake and not true, but it's just slanted, right? So it's not necessarily that it's factually inaccurate, but it has like a certain angle and a certain spin that speaks to what we want to hear. And for me, that's even a bigger problem because it's much harder to regulate, right? It's much harder to take down from content moderators or, as Meta is trying to do now, just from a consensus among users, right? That's an even higher bar when we think about these news that are maybe not factually inaccurate, but certainly tailored to a certain opinion.
Is this the way of the future, though? Are we sort of moving past this idea of a fact-based society and one that's more based on interpreting what you see that's thrown at you? And I think it takes on a different... The question takes on something different when as I'm asking, I'm thinking about AI-generated content and what we do know is real and what we don't know is not real.
Yeah, I think it's a risky gamble to think about this moving post or past what I think of shared reality, right? It's the idea that as a society, as people living together, frankly, we can make sense of the world in a way that at least offers us the opportunity to have a discussion. And I think the moment that we enter this world where I have a completely different reality than you, and we're not even discussing it because we're kept in these little echo chambers online, right, where I don't even see what you see. I think that's a really risky gamble because it's not even out there anymore. We don't have the public square anymore where we can say, well, this is something that you've seen, I've seen this. Well, what do you think is actually true? How should we be moving forward? And I think that is what is missing.
Well, it's so funny. I think we thought social media was going to be great, sparking all these conversations, but it's really kind of a one pathway dump, if you will, right? And then you kind of have to deal with it. What I want to ask you is your book, Mind Masters, the data-driven science of predicting and changing human behavior. I want to get into the predictability. Yeah. Do you say that if we had really monitored social media, we would have been able to predict the January 6th uprising? Could we have predicted some other things, in terms of what has happened in society?
Yeah. So what I'm mostly interested in is actually trying to understand individuals. So what you're talking about is like predicting these macro level trends, right? It's like, how is the collective acting? And I do think that you might have been able to predict that, right? Because this is all coming down to sentiment. It's like people are angry, people want change. So the fact that people
political
at some point took
outcomes,
matters
exactly
into their own hands. Yeah. It's like what we call social listening. It's trying to see what is it that people care about.
And you talk specifically about something called psychological targeting, which I don't know that, Tim, have we kind of really, I don't know that I've heard that terminology. What is that?
Yeah, so psychological targeting is the way in which algorithms can translate your data into psychological constructs. So it's really trying to make sense of you as a person, right? If I told you, well, I can get access to everything you post on social media, to maybe your credit card spending, your Google searches, the sensors that are embedded in your smartphone, which keep track your location via the GPS sensor, for example. It doesn't seem that intimate, but once I can tell you, well, I can translate these traces into an understanding of whether you might be extroverted, impulsive, neurotic, whether you vote for a certain candidate, your political orientation, your sexual identity. Those are all really intimate insights, and that is the crux of psychological targeting. It's making use of AI and machine learning to translate data into human understandable profiles.
Do you have to use AI and data? Because your book opens up talking about your own personal experience. Yeah. The first 18 years of your life spent in a very small village of 500 people, and an accident that you had that then immediately everybody knew about. What's the connection between that and where technology is today and what tech can do?
Yeah, so I think it's absolutely right in that the fact that we oftentimes observe people's behavior and make inferences about who they are isn't new, right? In this village that I grew up in, people observed what I was doing. They saw me running to the bus every morning, and they probably figured out that I wasn't the most organized person in the world. And so the incident that you were referring to is essentially I had this motorcycle crash, and the whole village knew about it, right? So in an instance, those news spread, and it's not just like an isolated, well, this is what happened. It's like, okay, I'm gonna now understand who Sandra is, and I'm gonna use that knowledge moving forward to maybe push her in certain directions, right? Maybe if she's not organized, maybe she's not the one that I want to rely on when I have to move my stuff or when I have to organize something that has to be perfectly done. So I think that the shift to the digital world just means that we have neighbors all around us, and they're not really physical neighbors. They're neighbors that are algorithms, and they observe everything we do based on the data, and they make very similar inferences.
Yeah, all right. So I don't know that, the horse is out of the barn, out of the social media barn. So I'm just like, I don't know, where do we need to go, or how do we then need to think about social media? I mean, I think I read that, is it something that you did where you put, I think, all your social media down? I think was it a column for the Times or something, where you stepped away? Like, what is it that we need to do to maybe have a better way forward and maybe understand society at large?
I think it's a great question, and to me, it actually comes back to this analogy of the village, right? Because the fact that my neighbors knew everything about me, they knew my motivations, preferences, dreams, hopes, and so on, actually allowed them to give the best advice ever, because they knew me, right? They really understood what I wanted, but it was also like a lot of room for manipulation. So what I've been thinking a lot about is like, how do we actually push towards this? How do we use these insights to help people? And that could range anywhere from, well, can I use insights to help you become healthy and happier by helping with mental,
I'm wondering about the incentives.
And I should say, you took a decision holiday and put AI in charge of my life. Forgive me, I misread it, but it's like, we can talk about that later. Go ahead, sorry, Tim.
Incentives, the idea of incentives. And I'm wondering about misaligned incentives right now, because if every time I pick up my phone, every app I'm looking at, the incentive is to keep me in that app by feeding me information that will keep me engaged. engaged. Are the companies that create these programs, do they have our interests at heart? Do they have our best interests at heart? Or are the incentives totally misaligned?
Yeah, so I think that the ones that you're talking about, which is like really attention economy, there the incentives are not in your favor, right? If the only thing that I'm trying to do is engage you, what I'm going to show you is content that's negative, that's morally outraging, because that's what keeps us there, and that's just playing into human nature. I do think, however, that there's a lot of companies outside of that space, right? So there's a lot of like mental health applications, for example, that are popping up now, and that people are using, and it's a totally different way of commercializing, because it's not necessarily grabbing your attention, but it's trying to help you make the most of the service. But you're absolutely right. The classic social media platforms that are the current big players, incentives are really difficult to align.
Sandra, maybe we need to stop calling it social media, because if anything, it's
anti-social media?
Yeah, no, I'm serious.
Really good point.
Like, we kind of buy into this whole idea that, look, it's going to reduce the gaps in the world and, make us all closer. And I think about the Middle East uprising, like initially the Arab Spring, that we thought, oh my God, look at the good of social media, right? And that was years ago already. But I do think, we, by constantly saying social media, are kind of buying into this and reinforcing the branding.
That's absolutely true. And it's also, I think it almost distracts from the entire narrative, right? Because we're only talking about social media. So the only thing that's top of mind for people when they think about data that is intrusive is social media. But then think about all of the other stuff. Again, it's like your Google searches is what you buy with your credit card. It's the data that gets captured by your smartphone. That is really, if you think about the analog comparison, that's a person walking behind you 24/7. Your smartphone knows exactly where you
creepy,
are
right?
at any given point in time.
It's like the ultimate stalker.
Yeah, exactly.
So have you changed your behavior based on your research?
I think actually just observing my own behavior has made me a lot more pessimistic about the idea that we can just ask consumers to take care of their own data, right? Because I don't have 24/7 to read all of the terms and conditions. I'd much rather spend a meal
Oh, come
with my
on,
family.
it's a piece of cake.
It's like, there's no
I'm
way.
just
So
kidding.
if we want to, if we want to change something, I think we just need systemic changes. And that could be regulation, which changes the default.
How likely is that?
You do see regulation across the globe, right? So if you look to Europe,
true,
if you look to
overseas.
California, but it's still focused on this notion of like, well, we just give control to people, and I think that's a tricky gamble.
Aren't you freaked out?
Yeah, I'm
These
totally freaked out.
dossiers that are created
I'm freaked
on
out
all
about
of
my
us.
kids and like,
Yeah, because
how
it's
to-
only going to get worse.
I know.
And schools, like, you have to be on these social media platforms to also different social media platforms. Sandra, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sandra Motz, her book is Mind Masters, the data-driven science of predicting and changing human behavior. You're listening and watching. We're gonna do some traveling.
Oh yeah, let's go to Banff, Canada. It's not part of the U.S. yet.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declined today. Stocks got hammered as a sell-off in the world's biggest bond market deepened on speculation that the Fed won't be cutting rates before July amid inflation risks. S&P down 66, a drop today of 1.1%. Dow Industrials down 178, decline of 0.4%. NASDAQ dropped 375 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a decline today of 1.9%. 10-year, 4.68%. The 2-year, 4.28%. Gold up $13 the ounce, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.1%, 74.35 a barrel. And Bitcoin down 5.1%, 96,460 on Bitcoin. So a down day for Wall Street, but Sylvia Jablonski, the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Defiance ETFs, told us right here on Bloomberg Business Week there are lots of reasons to be optimistic.
The consumer remains healthy. You know, we have an economy that's probably still going to grow somewhere around 2 to 3%. Eventually, rates will come down. Inflation will be under control. And so, when you have rates coming down, you usually see double-digit returns in those years in the market. And so, I would just say broadly that I think it's going to be a risk-on market.
Sylvia Jablonski of Defiance ETFs. NVIDIA shares today tumbled 6.2% after a wide-ranging product presentation by CEO Jensen Huang failed to propel the AI intelligence chipmaker to new heights. Again, NVIDIA down 6.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks, Charlie, for that update. Do appreciate it. How about a trip to Banff? Maybe do some skiing or go in the summer, do some cycling.
Done.
Visit some fjords in Alaska, see some glaciers, whales, sea lions.
Done.
Whitewater rafting, Montana.
I just sign me up for all of it.
They're all experiences offered by Pursuit. It calls itself a, quote, pure play hospitality and attractions company. It's got a roughly $850 million market cap. The company recently completing a rebrand and ringing the bell today at the New York Stock Exchange. We got with us David Barry. He's president and CEO of Pursuit. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome.
So good to be here. I am a longtime viewer, first-time guest, so I'm exciid. Thank you both for having me.
Well, hopefully the first of many, although after this question you might not want to come back because this is where we got to start. We had a big press conference from the president-elect today who said he wanted to absorb Canada and suggested using economic force to make Canada the 51st U.S. state. You have assets in Canada. You offer experiences in Canada. Do you take something like this seriously?
You know, it's a little bit like when your family's visiting and everyone has a different point of view. And there's 3 subjects, and we all know what they are, that you want to avoid at a family dinner during a holiday period. And thou shalt not talk about politics.
But you might not
the other one.
But you have to plan for different contingencies here. Like, is there a future where you're not required to use a passport if you're an American to go to Canada because it is indeed the 51st state?
It makes me think of what percentage of folks actually don't have passports. But what's exciting in our world is we have a broad appeal for guests around the world to come and visit. And, you know, what's unique about our business in sightseeing and attractions and hospitality is everyone in the world loves a beautiful view. Doesn't matter where you're from, doesn't matter what language you speak, doesn't matter whether you can ski or golf or you have any athletic ability at all. All you have to do is love a beautiful view.
So it's not keeping you up at night?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not worried at all?
Not worried
You're still
at all.
sitting. You haven't left us.
Not worried at all.
Well, it's interesting. Okay, so what does worry you at this point? Or what does the environment, for tourism, we've talked about coming off the pandemic, all people want to do is experience things and go out and do things. They want to get out of their house to do things. Is that continuing? Or give us some perspective versus what you've seen over the last couple of years.
Well, what's everyone looking for? And in our opinion, they're looking for authenticity. So no one goes to Iceland to experience Alaska. They're going for very unique things around the world. And so buy less stuff, do more things. Life is precious. This is no dress rehearsal.
Right.
You might as well go and see and do the amazing things that you would like to do. And that's really what makes our business model work. And that, you know, we're in a rather unique position. We have a 10-year head start, a 10-year track record of great investments that have driven shareholder value. And it's a way for us to position ourselves into the future, continue to grow, and think of iconic, unforgettable, and inspiring experiences.
So, David, the demand, though, continues at the pace you've seen over the last year or two? Like, give us an idea in terms of what consumers are up to.
I think consumers are excited, and yes, there are certain segments of the consumer base that are more price sensitive, but in the markets that we're dealing with, folks are ready to go and spend money on great experiences, and you've just got to work hard to deliver to people's expectations.
14 attractions around the world, 28 lodges, 51 restaurants and other dining experience. You've got 51 retail stores. How do they all come together to offer sort of a package? Because when I see some of these experiences, I see, okay, this is a good one-off here. But how do you get to control the entire experience with these assets?
So think of Pursuit. Pursuit is a house of brands, not a branded house. So think of human behavior, and you had mentioned Banff, and you might, you're planning a cycling trip to Banff with your buddies.
Sounds good.
And you're planning to come, and so
sounds like he knows Tim a little bit.
You do some searching, and up comes, and you search Banff as a destination, and then the next thing you enter in the search bar is great things to do in Banff. Bam, up it comes. Lake Minnewanka boat tours, or the Banff gondola, or any of our different experiences. So we're lucky we get to surf behind the power of the destination, which drives search results and drives.
But all those things are your assets that you mentioned?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to bring in Elizabeth Sedrin's comment from a little earlier today. She's
one of our producers.
She's one of our producers. She said, are they trying to compete with a company like Vail Resorts? And I said to myself, I said to Elizabeth, I don't think they are, but now after hearing you say that, you remind me of what happened over the last 20 years, and I think Elizabeth was right when Vail Resorts bought Colorado Mountain Express and now rebranded it Epic Express, or Specialty Sports Ventures, the chain of rental shops where you rent skis and stuff. So then they control every different aspect of a tourist dollar that comes out.
So I spent 3 decades in skiing in a former life, and I can tell you the one thing that's very different in our world is we're not getting involved in skiing. So I don't need snow, and I don't need anyone with an ability to ski. So all you have to do to enjoy our experiences is enjoy a beautiful view. And so we have a simple strategy: refresh, build, buy. So refresh existing experiences, build things that are unique and connected for guests to visit and enjoy, and then buy things that we think fit our platform.
But the idea is you want a customer to go to one of your locations or one of your experiences and hopefully continue to do other experiences, correct?
Yeah, you want a guest to really think about when they're visiting a destination, how do they connect with what is authentic in that destination and what is unique and different? Because so much of the world is the same when you travel. So if you can create uniqueness, a guest then enjoys going from one experience to another.
Okay, not apples to apples. Our Charlie Pellet is a big cruiser on a lot of cruise ships. We talked to the Carnival CEO. I'm saying not apples to apples, but there are often repeat customers. And I've done pieces where I'm on a cruise ship and they're like, yeah, this is my 13th cruise or my 20th cruise, if you will. How many of the people who do one of your experiences come back and do others?
I do think we have less frequency than the cruise industry in terms of that really devoted, participative type visitor.
Yeah.
But what we do have is folks that really enjoy an experience, say, in the Canadian Rockies, and the next year they're looking to go to Alaska and experience that. Or they've somehow gotten onto the Pursuit website through a variety of different things, and they realize we have an amazing attraction in Iceland called Sky Lagoon. And so they weren't really planning to go to Iceland through us, but all of a sudden they're going to Iceland and have an experience that they know, wow, the Banff gondola was so much fun. I'm pretty sure Sky Lagoon's going to be fun.
Do people know that the Jasper Skytram or the Banff gondola is owned by Pursuit?
Some do, some don't. We brand everything sort of an experience by Pursuit, but we want the experience in Jasper to be very unique and connected to Jasper. Jasper's a very unique place. If you told a citizen in Jasper that we want you to be like Banff, they would come for you with the pike and the muskets, right? It's not what they want. They want their experience in Jasper to be truly unique. So uniqueness and authenticity is the order of the day.
Is expansion of where you offer up new locations, David, are you thinking very carefully about, you want to make sure that while it's a different experience, the level is the same so that people understand the Pursuit brand stands for something?
Yeah, I can cover our criteria for acquisition and growth really quickly. So one, is it iconic? Is it unforgettable? Is it inspiring? Does it have perennial demand? Are there big barriers to entry? Is it an EBITDA margin that's attractive? So we run at 30% EBITDA margin before public company costs, which is a great margin.
Right.
Do we want to go down to 14? Well, no, it's got to be something that we think is going to be able to be improved. And then finally, we look for good neighborhoods. And what I mean by that is good rule of law, good property protection, good places to do business in that our investments will be well protected.
Sit tight. You haven't left us yet, so we want to continue the conversation. We're all going to come back with David Barry. He's president and CEO of Pursuit Attractions and Hospitality. pursuit. We're going to continue. I am also curious about what these trips cost, so maybe we'll dig into that a little bit. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg.
Listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stanovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Let's continue our conversation with David Barry, President and CEO of
I was afraid
Pursuit.
you had packed your bags and
here.
we're already out of here.
Yeah, he's like, I can't believe
Not him, you.
Oh, me? Why? Oh, to go to
on one of
Banff and
these
do
trips.
some cycling? It's
Yes.
too cold right now.
I know, but still.
But it actually brings up a place like Sedona, Arizona, which is
Beautiful.
not a place that gets...
Beautiful.
It's a beautiful place. My wife and I love going there without the kids. They're not old enough to go and do these hikes yet. What about, where are you thinking about expanding to or buying assets in?
So firstly, I mean, we're very lucky in that we've identified a couple of growth levers. One is internally within the business where we can invest and make things better. And we've put about $200 million aside for that growth over between now and 2029. But on the acquisition side, what are we looking for? It's got to be iconic. It's got to be unforgettable. Got to be inspiring. Sedona's a pretty iconic place. A good example.
But what could you acquire in a place like that would add to your portfolio?
You know, I'm not sure I would say, even if I knew. And but I think the opportunities we have are really global in nature. We're very concentrated North America, Q2, Q3. So the benefit of doing something counter-seasonal, if we could, you know, we're very weighted to the calendar of Q3 in North America. So we've got opportunity counter-seasonally, and that leads you to different locations around the world. So yeah, if we could be busy December to April, that'd be even better.
So global acquisitions at some point?
Absolutely now. I mean, the benefit of this transformation of the sale of GES and the repositioning of Pursuit and our new clean, strong balance sheet is, guess what? We've got a great pipeline. We've got a great plan. We've got a great strategy. And now we've got great dry powder to go do some things. So we're excited.
So I'm going to say yes, global acquisition.
Yes, ma'am.
So talk to us about pricing, David. I'm just curious. And I know we talked a little bit in the break before we got back here live on air, but I'm just curious, like, give us an idea of range kind of things so we have an idea.
It really depends on the experience. So we have some attraction products that are very accessible for people, and you can do that based on time of day. Tim, how old are the kids?
2 and 6, let's say.
All right, so you travel from the East Coast to Banff, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, your kids are wide awake because it's 10 o'clock New York time, and they're bouncing around the hotel room looking for something to do. You, my friend, are a prime character to take a breakfast program and a gondola ride with little kids.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Whereas, like, Carol may be a little more relaxed.
I've one 21-year-old.
Yeah, 2 in the afternoon.
Sleeps in.
Yeah. So there's the sleep-in crowd and there's the early morning crowd, my friend, and you're part of the early morning crowd. So there's a good example of your pricing and providing an experience that's well suited to someone at that particular time of day.
Is part of the business strategy to make sure that you've got different price points?
You bet. And you price dynamically, and you also work hard to provide value. So we get asked all the time, are you going to continue to take price? Real question is, are you going to continue to improve experiences? Because when you improve experiences, you have pricing power. It's not just taking price and making everybody angry.
It's not
that
just
doesn't
about
work
putting
in
something on
hospitality.
sale or offering a discount or something like that.
You're always going to have channels of distribution where you're potentially, if you have a time of day that you want to move more folks into, you're going to price that advantageously. But can you create an amazing product that people are going to feel comfortable paying a fair price for?
You said earlier that a big difference between you and the ski industry and the big conglomerates out there now is that you're not focused at all on skiing. Does that make you less concerned about climate change?
Well, I think the benefit for us is we're not focused on any particular athletic skill that you need to enjoy a product. All you need to do is enjoy a beautiful view. So in our summer destinations, climate change is less of a factor, but we're very sensitive to, we have one planet, and we want to make sure that we do everything we can to protect this planet and be mindful. And if you go to our website, you'll see a thing called Promise to Place, where we talk about sustainability, respect, and community. Those are the 3 things we spend a lot of time on. We report very candidly. Sometimes it makes us uncomfortable, but we tell the truth about what we're doing and what's working and what's not working and what we're going to do to make it better.
So I am curious in terms of running a business, labor, like hospitality. We talk about it a lot, and access to enough workers. Do you guys have all the workers that you need?
We do, and what makes that happen is people want a voice. They want to work in a place where their opinion is respected and heard. They want to understand what is the greater purpose of this organization. We do multiple team member surveys in a year. The amount of comments we get are incredible. I do a live town hall broadcast every month where people can ask questions anonymously, and they do. And so it's all those things that work to create culture. So a culture of respect, a culture of innovation, a culture of great leadership, and genuine interest in others will drive great hospitality experiences.
Okay.
What's an experiential trend that you're seeing happen right now that you haven't tapped into yet? Like, what do you see out there? Like, I want to go do that because that looks really cool. I've never done it before. We don't offer it.
I think that there are things that involve winter product in exotic destinations that people are experimenting with. And so that might be an igloo in the Northern Lights. And, you know, in Iceland at Sky Lagoon, we will get complaints every once in a while, like, I came for the Northern Lights and they did not appear. Can you make that happen?
Hey,
and
Mother Nature?
You just smile and you know, I'm only God's assistant. I can only do so much. But the benefit of looking at how do you continue to innovate, and we're lucky, we work in a vibrant, relentless, restless culture that always wants to innovate. And so we have teams every day, they're waking up with a great idea. So there's not one thing specifically, Tim, that I would say. I would just say there's 1,000 things the team's working on right now that are exciting.
Starting out as a ski instructor, it worked out pretty well. You're pretty happy, right?
I'm pretty, like, somehow I made it here. I don't know, on your show. So I can cross my fingers and try not to say anything dumb.
Well, really fun. Let us know as the year progresses and let us know how things are going.
You bet. Thank you so much.
Love to hear back from you. David Barry, he's president and CEO of Pursuit, joining us right here in studio. Ticker is PRSU, and you guys were at the New York Stock Exchange.
This morning.
Rang the opening bell. Pretty cool stuff. Opened early. Up early, I guess is my point. You couldn't sleep in for that one.
It's 9:30. You can sleep in.
Yeah, I bet you had to be there a little early. That's going to do it for the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. A lot of stuff coming your way tomorrow. We've got the Fed minutes as we count down to the jobs report on Friday. But that's going to do it for us. Have a good and safe evening, everybody. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics